It is actually 6:03, and I'm going to call to order the regular council meeting of the Village of Franklin for Monday, August 10th, 2026. If we can start with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance. Evan, roll call, please.
Trustee Pam Mason.
Here.
Trustee Daniel Ferris. Trustee Abigail Gates.
Here.
Trustee Angelina Salaka. Trustee David Solly. Trustee Jeffrey King.
Here.
President David Goldberg.
Here. I know we had heard from David and Dan. Hopefully, Angelina's on her way. Next item is adoption of the agenda. And before we adopt the agenda, I have several changes and additions that I'd like to consider, as well as some adjusting of things. We have one right now on the agenda, actually two on the agenda right now, and one additional one to consider going into closed sessions, and I'm gonna move each of those to the end of the meeting so that those are the last things we do, and then we adjourn, so there'll be no more business after those are considered. So, let's start with presentations, and we have our esteemed Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib here today, but I'm gonna ask for a 5-minute deferral, if you don't mind. The pastor for our church is here and would like to give a, not right now, would like to give a presentation that I think he'd like you to hear. So that will be, so that would be presentation A is a 5-minute presentation from Pastor Pohl from the Franklin Community Church to discuss their community center project. Then we have an item D, which I'd like to change to consider going into closed session to receive a legal opinion on the appeal request for tree replacement at 26741. We're going to move that to the end as item H. Item E will become item D. Item F will become item E. Item H will become item F. And then item I will become item G. Item G will become item I, which is considered going into closed session for purpose of discussing an ongoing matter, which is the fraud situation. And then the last is going to be item J, which is to consider going into closed session to discuss a personnel matter. So those are all the changes that I have. Evan, were you able to follow all that? Does anybody have any other comments on the agenda? All right, hearing no other comments, if I can get a motion to approve the agenda as adjusted?
Actually,
Could I move to amend to add a status about where we stand with the banking transition to Huntington?
That's what,
Is that,
that was I.
okay, that's good, thank you.
so moved.
I guess Abby, do we?
Oh, hold on, no, I'm sorry, that's not that.
That's not that?
No, that's, what's Huntington Bank?
There was the move from First Merchants to Huntington,
Oh, okay.
just to get a status update on where we stand and moving our accounts.
How about we just get that, can you just cover that in your administrator's report?
Sure.
Okay, is that all right?
Sure, if we can.
Well, we can have a
ask some
discussion on
questions.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if we can have some discussion,
Yeah.
yes, thanks.
All right, anybody else? All right, so did we have a motion in a second on the adjusted agenda?
I made the motion.
Did we get a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Hanson, second by King. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Minutes for our regular council meeting of July 13th, 2026. Anybody have comments?
I do. I found a number of minor typos, and I've given those to Evan already, so unless there's, he's got, those of you guys have noticed them, and
Yep. Yep.
we
They're
have
not
to go through that.
substantive, that's okay, we don't need to
Yeah.
go through them. Anybody else? All right, if we can get a motion to approve the minutes of July 13th, 2026, subject to trustee Hanson's typographical comments.
So moved.
Get a second?
Second.
All right, motion by Gates, second by King, all in favor? Aye, opposed, motion carries, thank you. Public requests and comments, this is for items which are not on the agenda today, so if anybody has any comments, we welcome you to the podium right now. Try and keep your comments to 3 minutes. Day?
David. Ron Riami, 32692 Ravine Drive. Congratulations on getting the extra money for the town. I think that's great. But I am concerned about money, and I'm specifically concerned about the $985,000 that we can't find. I'm not a lawyer, thank God, but I do have a lot of experience in business, software, security, banking, etc. Extensive experience. And I can't fathom how this happened, and I really am at a loss as to why the council can't tell myself and the other constituents that asked me to speak on their behalf of why we can't understand, at least, I understand it's in litigation, but we need to understand how this could happen. As somebody who has this experience, when I look at our charter and something requires 2 signatures to move money, to sign a check, et cetera, and I don't care if someone was hacked or they went and clicked on the wrong thing on the dark web. I mean, how could this happen where one person could move nearly $1 million bye-bye? And, you know, we need the answers. People are very upset that this has happened, naturally. I mean, we're all upset. We're all owners here. But this lack of, I don't call it transparency, we want to know not every part of the litigation, but explain to me as somebody who knows this stuff, how this can happen. I don't get it. And that's what I need to know. And there's a lot of other ancillary questions, but that's the one to start with.
Okay.
So,
And we've been addressing it as time's gone. We're going into closed session to get another update. We've retained an attorney who's in communications with the other parties, and it's an ongoing process. That's all I can tell you right now.
but you can't tell us how
The
this could
specific
occur.
details?
I'm sorry?
The specific details?
Yeah, of how,
What, we've been giving updates as we go, so there'll be an update in the near future. Ron, you know I can't sit here and have a dialogue with you during closed session, during public comments, so we hear your comments, we know everybody's concerned, we're working on getting it as much information out as possible. Doesn't change what happened. Anybody else?
Good evening. Mark Ziso, 32695 Redfern Street, Franklin. Are we looking at any ordinances on these e-bikes with these kids that are flying through the intersections? I mean, we're going to have something at 14 and Telegraph and other intersections. I know other cities are looking at this, and I wouldn't want to be a parent and have to say, oh, I wasn't keeping an eye on my kid. I think we need to look at a strong ordinance, because those things fly. They come out of nowhere behind that corner at 14 and Telegraph, or they fly across Telegraph. Thank you.
Thank you. Good comment.
And McNeil Vincennes, in relation to the missing money, can you at least tell us, is there an independent investigation in progress?
We've spoken on this several times, Ann, and you were at the meeting most recently when I spoke on it. The FBI is investigating it, the police are investigating it. The FBI's been involved with it since 5 minutes after the money was taken. Okay? I mean,
Oh, well,
of course,
that's-
it's an ongoing investigation, and we've hired an attorney to do an ongoing investigation into all of the things that everybody's concerned with at the bank that we have questions about as well.
Right. And when those investigations end, are you going to be able to present that report to the villagers?
Suppose, I'm in a position to make commitments on that, but yeah, once
That
it's
would be
done, then
helpful.
that's all the information can come out.
Thank you.
Police never speak when there's an ongoing investigation. You guys know that.
David, my question is, and I understand the investigation, have the lawyers told you, since the villagers all want to know, and you know, everybody wants to know, do we have any idea on a time frame? I mean, is this going to be 10 years, 5 years? Is this, have you asked them what their time frame is?
We're going to consider going into closed session later to get an update on where things are. So once we get an update from our attorneys and get some discussion and advice on what we're allowed to speak about at this time, then we'll be in a better position.
Okay, so right now, we don't have an idea of the time
No,
frame.
No.
Wouldn't the statute
Okay.
of limitations come up?
I mean, it isn't anything that's gonna take years unless it actually goes to litigation. I'm hoping that's not the case. I'm hoping that the bank and our council are eventually come to an agreement on something.
Can you explain to the villagers what our insurance situation is with this?
No.
You can't, okay. All right. All right,
When you
so
say explain it, I mean, we have insurance, we put in a claim.
how much insurance can I ask? I mean,
No, at this time, no. Because this isn't supposed to be ongoing dialogue. We have a busy agenda, so no, I'm not getting into that right now, guys.
okay.
Anybody else?
Sarah Greslick, 24520 South Cromwell Drive. I understand everyone's concern, and I think that there's a balance that needs to be struck between, I think, villagers' right to know information that clearly affects them in every meeting that's been happening, and it's our town, we clearly are invested in it, and we also understand the position that you guys are in too. And I don't think that it's not even a lack of transparency. I don't think you guys just saying, hey, we've had a discussion about this, case closed. I don't think that helps people feel like their voice is being heard or that the space is given to them in a public forum, in a public comment time to be able to express their worry that it is being handled. And we get that there's closed session for specific reasons, but I would just think about maybe that recognizing that it comes from a place of care and worry about the town that they love, and it's not coming from a place of judgment or trying to be mean. It's just wanting to be informed and feeling like their concerns are also being validated and heard for what they are. So I would just caution that, how we handle it is just being done thoughtfully.
Point of order, sorry.
Nancy?
Nancy, sorry. After the closed session, can we take a vote on things that were in the closed session? Right? We should wait till that time?
You would need to wait till after the closed session. All votes would have to be done in
Okay.
Yes.
But any votes related to this topic, since we're going into closed
Any
session on this
votes related
topic?
to those topics, and then as you enter the closed session, you would want to add to the motion to go in, to say to include vote as necessary following the closed session.
Okay.
Just so that's clear, or you would need to officially amend the agenda to add that, but you can add that language to the motion.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, I'm gonna close the public comment. Reports of village officers. I know Chief is out of town, so we have his lieutenant.
How we doing?
Bob, how are you?
I am obviously not Chief Lawson. Lieutenant Delosky filling in. He's out of town with his daughter. First of all, I would be remiss if I didn't say a huge thank you to the residents. On behalf of myself, Chief Lawson, all our department, for your support. Very much appreciated. Your belief in our department. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I know a number of our officers were very nervous, already looking for other jobs because they didn't know if they were going to have one here. So, happy to say, they're all happy. They all want to be here. We're happy to be here. Thank you very much. So, residents, thank you. Council, thank you. Administration, thank you very much. So, sorry. But this enables us to continue to provide the level of service that you expect, that you deserve, and we're all in this together. So, most of what we do, most of what our action that we take comes from somebody calling 911, from somebody seeing something that doesn't look right. So please, if you see something, call 911. Don't. We get all the time where people say, well, I wasn't really sure. It was probably not a problem. Call us. I'm not a big fan of the word literally, but that is literally our job. That is why we are here. So, yes, please call 911. I would also encourage people to not call the station if you're going to need an officer out. It just slows everything down because we have to transfer it to dispatch, and then it's just an extra step. Just call 911. There's also a non-emergency number. The non-emergency answer call taker and the emergency call taker sit about 6 feet apart in the same room, and depending on what calls, they could interchange within about 5 minutes. Just call 911, and then we can come out. We'd be more than happy to come out, and it's nothing rather than, well, I thought it was nothing, and then there was actually a problem. So please, call.
Sorry, can I ask a question about that? In relation to like the power and the lines and the storm and all that, would you prefer we call DTE first, or do we call like 911 first?
If you have a
power line down? Yeah.
Well, I would call us because
Okay.
we're going to get the fire department going. 911 is going to dispatch all of that because we want to get somebody there to make sure the area is safe. DTE is not going to be there immediately.
Okay.
They're going to be there quickly. They try to be there quickly, but they're not going to be there like we can be there, like the fire department can be there. And then, like I said, we want to keep everybody
Okay.
safe. So, so that. So please continue to help us. Please lock your doors, especially your cars. Don't leave any valuables in the car, especially your keys. It continues to happen, unfortunately. We have a very nice, very safe community, but we have a nice community, and people have nice homes, and there's never going to be a shortage of people who want to take nice things. So please lock your car. Don't leave any valuables in sight. Take advantage of the programs that we have. Talk to us about it. The house check program that we have. If you go out of town, some people are not aware of the house check program that we do have. So if somebody is, for those that aren't aware, if you're going out of town, you can let us know when you're leaving, when you're going to be back, and some details about it. That way we can go by and check your house, make sure everything's safe. And just an example of that, because it's not just that somebody broke into your house. Within the last 2 weeks, we had one of our officers, Officer Allen, was checking a house that was on the house check program. Went around the house was secure, but she heard what sounded like an alarm coming from inside the house. So the house was secure, but she still said, that doesn't seem right. So she called, we had the number to the homeowner, she called the homeowner. And she thought it was actually a burglary alarm, but only inside. The homeowner said, we don't have a burglary alarm. So they actually got her into the house to find out that her house was on fire. So without being on the house check program, without her taking the extra step, us, fire department, we don't know that until there's smoke and flames coming out of the roof. So please, if you're going out of town, let us know. We want to keep your house safe. We want to do everything we can. With that, you guys have the council has my report. If there's any questions about that, I'd be glad to answer them as best I can, if I can.
Lieutenant, I don't know if you heard the public comment, but I know that the chief recently sent an email to all of you telling you to be aware of the ordinances that apply to motorized bikes and things of that sort. Can you address that just a little bit and how you're keeping an eye out for
I can
it?
address that a little bit. Without doing full research on that, there are already laws that address e-bikes. So there's a difference between an e-bike and an e-motorcycle, electric motorcycle. And so there are different rules for both. If it's actually an electric motorcycle, does not have pedals, sometimes, and they can go very fast. Electric motorcycle requires the person to have a driver's license and registration and insurance, and it has to be plated just like any other motorcycle car on the road. We have run into times where we have a resident who has bought one of those electric motorcycles for one of their children who is not yet 16, and they don't have any of that. You're required to have everything you did. You're required to have a motorcycle endorsement. You're required to have all that. The laws still apply. So if you see it, let us know. We'll come by. Electric bikes have different rules than electric motorcycles, but there are already rules and laws that are on the books from the state that apply to most of these problems that we're having, that we could enact another ordinance, but it would mostly duplicate what the state already has. The problem is seeing them when it happens and addressing those issues as they happen. That's what we want to do, but it's very mobile, obviously. It gets around, so unless we happen to see it right there, then we address it when we can. And yeah, it's not safe. If we've had issues with people up by the ice cream shop, zipping up and down the street. If we see it, yes, we're going to address it. If it's unsafe conduct, if they have to stop at stop signs, they have to do all of that they should be doing, and they're still ticketable. Hopefully that answers your question.
How does this relate to other micro-mobility items, like scooters? Like e-scooters, for instance, or like other things that kids might be tooling around on?
So
Or like
off the
go-karts?
top of my head, I'm not positive. That's something that I don't want to misspeak on that, but I know that the rules, the motorcycle is definitely different. It's in a whole nother category than, scooters and things like that. And a lot of it has to do with how fast they go, and especially the electric ones accelerate extremely fast. So they're in a whole nother category. They're with any motorized vehicle on the road. But, and they also, electric motorcycle, it can't be on the sidewalk, where an electric bicycle is allowed to be on the sidewalk just like a regular bicycle, unless we were to put a rule in that says it can't be on the sidewalk.
That would be something we have to make a specific ordinance.
That would have to be an ordinance for. But then you have to decide, do you want all the bicycles in the street, or do you want them on the side? And there are problems with both. So, and that, I don't want to speak on behalf of Chief Lawson as to weigh in on what he would prefer to do, but that's a whole nother topic.
And we would have to go to planning first, probably, right?
Yeah, write an ordinance, for sure.
There are other communities have addressed ordinances, but like I know Birmingham was having a problem with bikes and things like that on sidewalks, so they were going to address it. I don't know where that stands.
Do you think next meeting you could give us any data or stats on if there's been any incidents within Franklin with e-bikes or e-scooters?
You mean like tickets, things like that?
Not
Or anything that's
tickets,
ticketed,
just
but-
like, I mean, I don't think, would you guys give a ticket, but like incidents like what we heard during public comment? Like, was there any injury or anything like that? So that you know of, maybe in the last 6 months?
I'm not aware of any injuries,
Okay.
but that doesn't mean that there haven't been. I'm not aware of any injuries, but just because there haven't been an injury yet, doesn't mean that it's not a
No, I
safe
know,
time.
I was just
But
wondering if you had any data, like, it's not
we-
like
we-
the
we
last
can
week
find-
there was
yeah,
like
we
6
could- We could put that
incidents.
together, and if we could get more specifics on what you want,
Yeah.
we could provide that as well.
Maybe on the other side of that too is encouraging people, if they are legal and residents can ride them or drive them, the e-bikes in particular, could we do some sort of safety or announcement or training for, I mean, if parents do have their kids on e-bikes and they are legal, can we get ahead of it and encourage people to do the following things to make sure that they're safe on the roads? Like, could that be a program that the police department might consider if this is here to stay and we can't do anything about it? There's no
Yeah, I don't think
superseding.
e-bikes are going away
Yeah.
anytime soon. I will say, I have one, I love it. When we first got it, you know, my wife got an e-bike, and to me, it felt like cheating. I was gonna use my bike, and then I started riding on the hills in Franklin, and I was like, I need an e-bike. So,
Yeah.
because I'm not 20 anymore. So yeah, I don't think they're going away, and they're gaining in popularity, and they're not that expensive. They're gonna be around. So, yeah, but the more we can do, the better, yes.
I want to add support to what Trustee Gates is suggesting, is get out ahead of this, have some, like a Saturday morning in the park, session with the police department to talk to parents and kids about safe operation within whatever rules we have right now, which sounds like they're probably adequate, but it seems like starting that conversation with parents makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, once again, without speaking on behalf of Chief Lawson, but I'm pretty sure, knowing him, he's all for it. He's going to be all in on that. So, yeah, we can arrange to get this together and get the word out. I know we've already posted something on our department Facebook page. We've discussed, we've posted what you can and can't do, and depending on what e-bike or what motorcycle and what you have, but more information is better.
Can we make a motion to do like a PSA for this?
No, not right now. It's enough for e-bikes, thank you.
I don't mean to step in. If we see something, like what I saw at Telegraph in 14, can we call you guys and try to give you an idea of where that they're going, so maybe you can catch up with them? or-
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, call us. Call 911. I mean, like I said, whether or not they're still in the area, but if we can, yeah, we'll call us immediately. You know, just like with anything else. If you see something that doesn't look right, call us. We'd love to help.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Chief Haverbuck.
Good evening. I'm going to do things a little different tonight. And if you don't like it, you can fire me. I'm kidding.
Did that wine work well at Bingham Farms?
Going to be using that in 2 weeks.
Okay.
2 weeks. Now, I just wanted to let you all know, this will be my last meeting in Franklin. I wanted to take the opportunity to provide thank yous to my firefighters, my Board of Commissioners, bless you, the council members that I've had the pleasure and honor of working with, village administrations, as well as those people that have called us in their times of need. It has been ever-changing, life-changing to be able to find someone having their worst day ever and try and make something good come of it, whatever that might be. And it's not just me, it's about a team. And while I am one person who will be leaving, there is an entire team that remains. Rather than read off a manifesto, I submitted that electronically last week. It became part of the packet, and we will be posting that on our Facebook page later on this month. With that said, though, the Fire Department Board of Commissioners has brought on Kevin Church to become the interim fire chief. Kevin is right here behind me. Kevin comes with just a little bit of history, 25 years in the Livonia Fire Department. Kevin has also been affiliated with our fire department for a number of years in various capacities. And I've been working with Kevin. Kevin has been working with me. We've been working together for 3 weeks now towards a smooth transition. So we have been going through the paperwork, the processes, the people. We've been talking about a lot of the things from the administrative side of the fire department that will hopefully lead to my departure, meaning absolutely nothing in terms of the change of business. So with that said, I am going to end my personal report and bring you, and here's the little different, we'll bring you now to the fire report. So it's a two-part. So
Chief, give us 1 sec.
Yes, sir.
Look forward to interim Chief Churches, but before you go, sir.
Yeah.
Come back.
Okay. Now you're going to fire me.
Not a chance. First of all, that was an amazing final report. That was a history lesson to all of us. It was a stroll through the last 25 years or more than that, almost 30 years of memory lane. Thank you for that. That will be something that everybody will be able to refer back onto as we move forward into the next chapter of the fire department, not having you at its helm after as long as I've been a resident in Franklin. So thank you on behalf of all of us, on behalf of all the residents. We had a busy agenda today, so we will be addressing you next month. Hopefully you'll be able to come back. We'll give you the time, but as a final report, that was amazing, and thank you for everything that you've done for the village of Franklin and all of its residents and businesses.
It's been my pleasure. I've seen your agenda. Sit down, please.
Thank you.
Anyway, you're welcome.
Now, Kevin, welcome.
Thank you.
Hopefully in 20 years, you'll get one of those.
I just hope to be able to do as good of a job as Tony's done. My goal is to run this department, fiscally responsibly, to meet our ever-growing needs of the department and the village residents, and working along with the commission, the fire commission, and this body here. I hope we can accomplish some great things going forward in the future, and I hope I don't let Tony down. And with that, you guys have received the written report. I just want to comment on a couple notable runs. Both of them happen to be fires. As the lieutenant was saying, they were doing a house check on a vacation check, and they heard the fire alarm going off inside of the smoke detector. And for that run, we had a 2 minute 15-second response time from the time we got the call to the time we got there. So that's really good. And the other run we had was a garage fire that was found by the homeowner. She could smell smoke while she was sitting in her house and opened the garage door and saw smoke and flames and immediately shut the door and called us. That run response time was about 3 minutes, which is very good for the fire service. We were able to extinguish the fire quickly and kept the losses to a minimum. Both these fires, they did not have automatic fire alarms. So one was noticed by the homeowner. The other one obviously wasn't noticed by anyone until the officers got there. So it's important to note that fire alarms, they save lives, they save properties. In our weekly newsletter, I'm going to touch on that. Put out a PSA. Having everyone think about upgrading to an alarm. And I know you get, discounts on your insurance and stuff too for having that kind of stuff. So, good idea, makes everybody's job easier, safer. So, that's about all I have.
Awesome. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate both of you.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yes.
For clarity,
Yes.
is interim mean you're acting or?
Yes.
Okay, so
They're
you
gonna,
haven't,
they're gonna do a search for a full-time fire chief, and
okay,
hopefully I'll be involved in that also, so.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Anyone else? Nope.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Thank you.
So Jody is not here today. She submitted her treasurer's report, and it looked like the year-end, the final year-end budget. Does anybody have any questions, or otherwise we can?
Are we gonna get a, actual to budgeted for last budget year? So we know like what we budgeted and what we actually spent for the budget year ending June 30th?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's just something, a report that you can print
Okay.
from BSNA.
Okay, so we know.
And that's everyone.
Okay. And then, do we have a, final, like, audit or review of the expenditures that we send Bingham for, repayment of the, like, police contract and operations? Do you know how, like, they pay us? Do we have, like, the final?
Oh,
Expense
let
number.
me follow up with Jody on that
Okay,
question.
yeah, because we weren't sure, even talking to another member of the finance committee, if they pay us like quarterly or if it's the end of the budget year.
There's a true up at the end of the year.
Okay,
So it could be more, it could be less.
Depending
So,
on the actuals.
yes.
yeah,
So I don't have that information with me.
Okay.
Let me look into it.
yeah, I just wanted to put it on the radar, because I know that we are in the new budget year.
Could I make a suggestion that we have a finance committee meeting planned for the 13th? Maybe we could, if you can have those for that meeting, that would be something I think we could discuss and then bring it to council.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So next on the agenda is consideration of approving the consent agenda. We have 4 items on the consent agenda, all of which were in our packet. The first,
The 2 demolition permits actually are supposed to be in September, I was told by the building department. So if you could
Remove those?
make a motion to remove those to the next meeting, that would be good.
all right, well, we'll go ahead and remove the demolition permit for 32361 Scenic Lane and the demolition permit for 32875 from the consent agenda.
Do you need a motion?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So moved.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, no problem. So now we have 2 items on the consent agenda. The first is accepting the check run. The second is an approval that we need to give Main Street Franklin so that they can hold a 50/50 raffle at the summer block party. So if I can get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second. A motion by King, second by Ferris. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, so we actually now have 2 presentations. Pastor John, if you could give us just a quick, brief description of your project, and because we have Congresswoman Tlaib who's
Yeah.
anxious to get up
I
and
just-
probably get out as well.
Oh, my goodness, yeah. I'm excited to be here. I've never been before the village council and never had a,
So this is Pastor Cole from the
Yeah.
Franklin Community Church.
yeah, Reverend John Pohl. So the church is right here, and it's probably the biggest building in the village. And we have all this space, this great fellowship hall, and it's largely unused. So we had this idea to make a community center there. And this idea has been around longer than me. I've been here for 4 years, and so we gathered a lot of village partners. Many of you are in the room today, and we've been having conversations for probably 2 years now. And the one distinct thing about this is that we've decided that we don't want this to be a church program or a church community center. We want this to be strictly for Franklin, the village. So we're moving toward making a nonprofit, a 501c3 nonprofit, and it will be administered by that organization of course, the church still owns the property and will be an important part of partnership in that endeavor. But we envision it being a place where there is cultural and educational and all sorts of programming, because we have so many good organizations within Franklin that love this place, that work hard for this place, but there seems to be a lack of a gathering place. And so to show our seriousness, the congregation just last week voted to approve $30,000 toward retaining a consulting company, Partners for Sacred Places, to come in and do evaluations and do community mapping and do all those things to get us to the point where we can make a really good decision and do this right. We didn't want to come before the village and say, we have this really great idea and we're open, and then just have it flounder. We wanted to bring in all the community partners, and we wanted to hear what you all wanted. We wanted to know what Franklin needs. So we're really excited about that. So right now we are, like I said, moving toward that 501c3. We are we'll be looking at our bylaws for that this upcoming meeting, and we are just so excited. So I hear there's some pain in the room, some wounds, and I just hope that this is a joyful thing that you receive, because I think it's going to be good for all of us. And if you have any questions.
Anybody?
Yeah.
I know that the project's been going on, and I know it's really starting to pick up some steam.
Yeah.
But it sounds like, something that would be super beneficial to the community, a place where somebody can go and rent it to gather and have whatever meetings, or you have your kitchen.
Yes.
So the whole thing sounds pretty exciting, and we look forward to hearing more about it as it grows, and anything that we can do to assist in making that happen.
Thank you.
Including when the time comes to deal with zoning.
Appreciate that. Pam, did you go?
Well, I just wanted to mention that the consulting company, Partners for Sacred Places,
Yes.
is actually an organization that works with Main Street, Oakland County, and it was really facilitated by Main Street that got you guys to them. And, their proposal is amazing, and I think it's going to be a good outcome, a good product, for sure.
Yes, that was a good, John Bry connected us with those folks, and it's turning out great.
Excellent.
Anything else?
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, next, and I guess finally. So I have the pleasure of introducing Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, who is from the 13th District, and our 12th District. Told me 13.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why are you giving
Wrong.
me bad news?
My bad, sorry.
From the 12th District, our district, and our representative in Congress. Thank you for being here. I know that you want to address us as well as a presentation, and I know you have with us Elena Burke, your aide, and thank you both.
So Elena Burke, you're going to see her a little more often. She'll come back and tell me all about the $1 million and all that stuff. We'll talk about it later, but she is basically my eyes and ears on the ground. And Elena Burke is actually a community organizer, tutored young people. This is her first full-time job outside of college. We're very proud of her. No, really, she's had like 4 or 5 jobs doing all kinds of community events. She's also an urban farmer. She's just an incredible person. So we're really excited about having her on board. But I'm here because I wanted to come and share that I got you money. But it's for the Village of Franklin pedestrian and bike path. So the project's going to repurpose a partially abandoned utility easement to construct and install a pedestrian bikeable and a bikeable pathway. This came from the village and worked with us in the prior administration, prior council. And I know Bill's here. He was very, very incredibly helpful, again, to connect. We didn't submit anything this year. I just want you guys to be aware, because I think it was during the times of transition, but think about some ideas of what to submit. And I say this lovingly because I'm urging Bingham Farms, Beverly Hills is every year they're putting theirs in. This is earmarks, basically, community funded projects, and I always put one aside for the village.
of Franklin. So think about ways that we can fill in gaps, especially because of, I call it gap funding, maybe that you have a project ready and it just needs a little bit of a push. You can submit that to our office and we'll work with all of you to get that money. We get 15 projects every cycle now. We used to be 10. And again, we'll be making sure it's geographically diverse and that the village gets at least one slot. And we had a slot available. Again, we just couldn't make it work. I know it was really hard. It was during the time of transition because you have to do letters of support. You have to put all this submission in and plus possibly talk to all of you in approving it as well. But we should be getting that money soon. There's the whole process with the federal government, but it should be easy. But yeah, you have a historic commission. You have a number of really great places that you don't have that extra funds, but you can definitely submit it as long as it's obligated and spent within a year.
Thank you, because you and your staff were wonderful in urging us during that
Yes,
time period.
yeah.
And
I know we put pressure on you guys, but it's
no,
important.
that's great.
But
And
you'll
we
see, it's
appreciate
really
that
important.
support.
Yeah.
And we have an infrastructure committee, and the infrastructure committee will definitely be working on those types of things this year, so that next budget season, we do have some projects in the hopper.
I'll give you an idea of what is very popular and very bipartisan supported is we got a new fire truck and an EMS truck for Inkster. We submitted for Dearborn Heights, who needs a new firehouse. I'm just saying these are some. Beverly Hills is constantly submitting for their water infrastructure needs because it's a big issue. Well, I'm just saying, I know I'm giving you ideas for, but all of it's public. For us to submit, we have to publish it on my website so you can see. Now, know that we publish what we requested. And then they don't always give it to us. For instance, I requested $5 million for home repair dollars. We got I'm taking it, 2.1 million for home repair. But we worked with like Oakland County or Habitat for Humanity. We got 3.1 million for home repair for Southfield. But these are, yes. Oh, you got ideas. Yes. We do want to give you guys a certificate and submit it. I grew up with Publishing Clearinghouse. So you remember how they showed up with the big check? Yeah, I used to cry. We didn't bring balloons this time, but yeah.
Just the balloons.
Yeah.
Is there an allocation, dollar cap per geography, or is it based off of any?
No.
Okay. So
Yeah. So I can tell you, it's up to whoever's in the majority, and the chair of the appropriations will tell you, okay, 501c3s can apply, which is something they changed, where I could have went directly to Oakland County, Habitat for Humanity, Oakland County, but I couldn't. So Southfield had to be the applicant and the primary submission of the application. Same thing here. Village of Franklin would have to submit on behalf of maybe another project or a person, but you all would be the one submitting the request. I'll tell you, they one year they did come up with a cap. I think it was like 4 million for certain projects. But I find that water, fire, public safety, that those are usually very successful in submission. But it's when I start talking about rec centers, for instance, we got $2 million for Redford. Redford is part of the 12th Congressional District, and they have a rec center for the first time. It's beautiful if you ever go look at it. It's very humble, but it's really, really nice. It's for kids, families, seniors. It's beautiful. And so we were able to provide the gap funding, but we couldn't call it we had to call it a wellness center. So there's different things, but we work with you all. And we work with the subcommittee chairs, Republican or Democrat, and we work with them to submit it. And we've so far been able to get $68 million back to the district with all the different projects.
So what about the restoration of a historical?
Yes, I heard about that, huh?
Office of a small village.
Yeah,
Franklin.
Bill showed it, the white building. He showed
No.
it.
This one.
Oh, this one. Oh, I thought the Historic Commission. Okay, yeah, we can work with all of you in submission. But again, remember, you have to obligate it within a year. So probably here, it would require, and again, I remember we had to pull back on one of the projects because of the historic nature, and it was not going to be able to be functional within a year. But we work with all of you. So whatever, for instance, I'll tell you, I have one city, they'll submit 4 at a time and say, here's 4. You guys see which one is the best to submit, you know what I mean? But you prioritize, the one that will get through the subcommittee without, because I submitted for 2 fire trucks. They only gave me enough for 1, but enough of money was there for the EMS truck. But we really needed 2 fire trucks in Inkster, but we made it work. I'll tell you, we submitted millions of dollars for new sidewalk in Southfield. They only gave me $250,000. They gave us $250,000, which, as Mayor Cyber will tell you, that's like a slab, what is. But you know, that's why we work with all of you. Like, I didn't expect that. I expected them, especially infrastructure, to come back with more. But this is my 4th cycle working with appropriations. I was on approps in the State House for 6 years. I got to know all the subcommittee chairs, talking to them, and we talked to the staff before we even submit, because we want it to be worded within the buckets and within the language that is successful. Yeah, yes.
Thank you for this informative briefing before
Yeah,
you award
yeah.
us. But are there themes or priorities? Because this year, like, we didn't hear about it till late, and then when we went on to the website, it looked like you had to group your request under like certain buckets, and then if they don't fit a bucket, should we still submit it?
So we get submitted, over 70 requests get submitted.
Okay.
I can only submit 15. Now, this cycle, 20, but it was less money.
Okay.
They spread it out, it was less money. I submitted 20 and it was less money. So I did a bunch of school districts this time to include a lot of the school districts. So I fill in the gaps.
Is it SLED? All SLED gets like state, local education?
Yeah, so any government now, if we get a majority, it probably will change so we can allow nonprofits.
Okay, but it's just SLED for
Mhm.
now? Okay.
Rashida, this was one of 9 pathways that we
Yeah,
identified.
yeah.
So there's plenty more pathway work.
Yeah,
to be done,
that's a good
whatever
point.
you get them funded for.
Yeah.
This was 2 years ago, though, so does it take 2 years from point of
Sometimes.
submission?
I'll tell you, trustee, we are probably not going to pass a 2027 budget this cycle.
Okay.
September 30th is our cutoff. Just like I think in a lot of municipalities, that's your cutoff, right? October 1st is the new cycle, new fiscal year. They did a continuing resolution, which means extending the current budget amounts for 2027 to work based off of 2026 numbers. That is going to be in effect until after November. We may or may not be able to get one done until after. So after the election, I think we'll get a sense, knowing folks, if they lose the majority, they're going to try to push one out before the end of the year.
Yeah.
Because right now, there's going to be a new appropriations chair, there's going to be new, what we call budget goals for the majority.
So anytime there's a midterm or
I think
presidential
it's
election, things
honest-
get,
Honestly, it's always like this.
yeah, okay.
I've seen it one cycle, it was beautiful, got through within a year. But that's why we warn people. We actually tell them, because they'll call us and say, when are we getting, and I always tell them, it may take a year or 2 years. And one time, we didn't even find out, I read a New York Times article and found out they kicked all of our budgets out, all our projects out of the budget. But this one's got signed into law, that's why we only present when it's signed into law and it's coming. Yeah.
Would the upside of that, the delay be that if you're awarded a project, but you don't get the dollars until a year or 2 later, you have that time to plan for
Well, so
and
that's exactly what I'm
ensure
thinking.
the
You say it
12
has to be obligated within a year, but if
Of-
you
of
submit
when you get it.
Of when you get it. So
Yeah.
if you submit it now, but you still need to do 6 to 8 months of planning.
Well, you can obligate it.
Yeah.
You already have a contract, you already put an RFP out, you see what I'm saying? You already obligated it.
Okay.
Doesn't mean it has to, it's obligated.
Yeah.
Within a contract that it's going to be spent. I'll tell you, in some cases, I will say no, just because I don't think it's like service-based. It's too far. Yeah.
So I'm following you on the majority and the approval process.
Yeah.
Can you give us an idea on a calendar cycle? Because I'm pretty clear we're interested in
You're
working
going
with
to, end of January, beginning of February, you're going to hear from me.
We'll hear from you.
Oh, yeah,
for
e-grant
the
newsletter, we send it out, you
20th
guys,
year.
you submit it.
Okay.
And then if they make any changes, that's when we call you guys and say, they just made a bunch of changes, we need you all to resubmit updated letters of recommendation, support, you just have to change the date sometimes.
Yeah.
Things like, and then sometimes it'll come back and I'll tell you guys, recheck your numbers, costs may have gone up. So I want you to readjust the numbers before we do final submission.
Okay. So it would behoove us to get started thinking about.
You got to have ideas now. I know this is new because they didn't get the, community funded projects didn't exist 10 years ago. So this is very new to the new leadership here. So we just have to be prepared of what to submit. Some others already have stuff they already submit to the state constantly. So they're ready to roll by the time we get to them.
Does it have to be owned by a single entity, or could we do like a joint project with another community?
So you
within
have to be the
district?
applicant and the receiver of funds,
Okay.
and the project can be in partnership, just like Southfield submitted to HUD we submitted 4 million, we got 3.16 million for home repair, aging in place. This is to help our seniors if they need to change their bathrooms to get in their, if they're, also ramps, things like that. Some need help with roofing, gutter. What I mean by that is Southfield receives it, but they can hire or contract out or say sub-grant out to.
Another entity.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Wayne County submitted on behalf of Boys and Girls Club. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I just.
And this is separate. And
This is really helpful, yeah.
Separate and distinct from CDBG funds from HUD.
Yes. No, it doesn't count. It doesn't count. I asked early on. Doesn't get counted. Now, lead abatement, the state doesn't like it, but doesn't get counted against you all. But lead abatement is huge. Redford, all my cities submit for lead abatement, most of them. And that, unfortunately, sometimes will get calculated towards the amount of money the state gets. But I don't want you guys having to compete and wait years and sometimes being offered a revolving loan fund versus the direct grant. And that's why I've been trying to get Redford needs clean water, Inkster needs clean water, Garden City needs clean water. Every single community, I get notices from the state who are high amounts of lead. I haven't got one for the village, but yeah.
We all have our own filters.
Well, they test the water. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do sample testing.
Is there, because then I think about how to put together a compelling, so
we help you. Just come up with that,
Are there resources or places and spaces that we can either ask or understand?
As soon as the buckets come, and Sayana is my legislative director, and she will work with you. Like, she'll tell you all the different buckets and things like that. But if you guys have projects, that's when you say, look, these are 6 things that are a dream of ours. The building here, more bike path, historic commission work, whatever, it is. Because now that I have 20, I could, especially if you guys didn't, so one city didn't submit before, I submitted 2 this time for them. Because they're counting and then they're watching. They're like, you didn't submit anything. I said, you didn't submit it on time. Yeah.
Last question, I promise. So we've got an infrastructure committee that would represent many different areas within the village, including things like pathways, or it might be a way to create more community spaces downtown. Could it be an obligated project with a few different project goals? It's not one specific, so it could be a way to do.
Yeah. So I don't have City of Wayne. We don't have City of Wayne in the 12th congressional district, but they just got a brand new amphitheater. And we got them $500,000 for the amphitheater. They just opened it up. It's incredible community space. It's incredible. But it was one part of a larger project. So they have a splash pad they're trying to put in. They're trying to put in a kind of exercise or for many of our disabled neighbors in Wayne, wanting a playground for our kids there, accessible playground. But all of it is a bigger project, so they took pieces of it. Hello. I swear we should bring kids and pets in the Congress on the floor. It would really make people calmer. So I think that it definitely could be a piece of it. Yeah. So for instance, Beverly Hills submits. They have all these projects and things that they've been talking about for 20 years or 10 years, I think they told me, and so they give me a piece of it every cycle.
Yeah.
They said, this is our next phase, this is our next phase, this is our next phase. Yeah, dream big. I can't be there forever, but I will definitely always put a slot ready for you. That's why I pressure you guys. It's just because I don't think you realize Village having to compete across the country for these dollars is too hard. I know that. It's always major cities, and I'm born and raised, live in Detroit. They can apply directly to the federal government. Smaller municipalities cannot. You have to rely on the county and others, yeah.
Is there anything we as a council and a municipality can do to better engage with the federal government beside from this, as far as like voter turnout or any like nonpartisan ideas for our residents to take more advantage of the programs by the federal government?
So we have newsletters that we send out with the different programs and resources, and we have an e-newsletter.
Do those go just to us, or can they go to residents?
They go to residents sign up. It's mostly residents
Okay.
That sign up for the e-newsletters. If you don't get it, you can. And, you can skim through and find things but everybody I meet with, wherever I'm at, it's almost like a journal of my week.
Okay.
of people that came to visit us, what bills we signed on, what letters we're leading, things like that. But I can ask you all, you have 2 senators. They can submit projects separately from me.
That was the Green Project. We were going through Jeremy Moss.
Well,
That was for the
I was
state.
talking about US Center.
So
No,
the state can do,
Yeah.
the state is do, they call it something different,
Yeah.
but it's federal dollars.
Yeah.
They got a bunch of ARPA money, American Rescue dollars, and that got sent to the state, and that's where that money is coming from too. But they've created their own system to put money in for different projects. But you have 2 senators that can also submit. I don't know, one of them specifically, I'm not going to go into detail, but one of them specifically will only do large scale, like universities, hospital. I won't do, no, we do local municipalities. Yeah, that's why you see Livonia, you see the different municipalities mostly from us, and Boys and Girls Club, and different projects that are more county-wide. Yeah. All right. Well, this comes back with us because we pre-write it. But this is for you guys. I don't know if you guys want to stay there and I can come behind you and hold it up, or you want to do that? Okay.
That'd be great. First of all, I do want to again recognize former President Lamont, who was integral in putting this together.
Yeah, Bill, I remember calling you the night before or something, like, give me this. All right, I'm gonna try to hold it up. Is this okay? All right, this is not how they do it on the Publishing Clearinghouse. No, Elena's got it. She actually takes really good pictures. No.
Put some more here.
All Gen Z does.
I think there's enough for you.
You got one.
Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it.
It was Bill, it was Jeremy and others. That was my whole shtick. But I'm really happy she's plugged in now.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Who's she? She?
Sheeta. Maybe.
Pass that down to Evan.
Do you want to talk about
Can't see, sorry, we're gonna say hi.
it? Wait, we didn't put a note in there.
All right, that was wonderfully helpful.
I thought it was $2,000 at first. I didn't see it was $250,000. I was like, oh, 2,000, and we can get some like pea gravel.
It's a grab, I was gonna say, you probably.
What we can get.
Oh, that'll be 2 pathways. Okay, next on the agenda are council reports. First is president's report. I will be quick. I just want to make a couple recognitions. First, I want to start out by thanking the Historical Society for sponsoring again this year the Music on the Green. We've had 2 of our 3 events. We've had wonderful weather, we've had wonderful turnout, wonderful music. It's great having everybody on the Village Green in the summertime, enjoying each other, food truck. So thank you to the Historical Society for, once again, putting that together for us. Looks like they've collaborated with the FCA as well. I believe it was the FCA that was involved in getting the blow-ups for the kids, which made it a much more enjoyable event for having the kids down there who might not care about 1970s rock and roll, but they at least got to have fun. So again, thanks to both groups for that and the FCA for their ongoing projects. The sleepover, which had some rain, but all of the different events that we've been having from the FCA and getting the newsletters is very helpful. So thank you to both of those groups. I'm sure most of us have seen, but a thanks and a kudos to Jay Farner and his team for opening up Twist on Main. It's been wonderful seeing bodies downtown in the summer. We've long been missing the ice cream that we used to have at the farmhouse, so that's a wonderful addition. And for those of you that don't know, I believe they're open daily 4 to 10 for ice cream in the building that used to be the consignment shop and is now part of the Franklin. So thanks to them. And then last, a thank you to all of the residents of Franklin who supported our police department and approved the police millage. It was an excellent choice. Everybody will be proud of the decision that they made. We will have an opportunity now to properly fund our police department, free up funds for the village of Franklin, and I just want to thank all the residents who voted in favor of that. There was still a significant number who did not support it, and I still welcome the opportunity to meet with any of you to discuss the situation and see where maybe you were misinformed. So my own thanks to everybody that participated in that. And then lastly, although Lieutenant Midlowski mentioned it, a special call out to Jessica Allen, the officer on duty who, in doing a house check, essentially saved the people's house. There was no one there. It was late night. That house could have burned to the ground before anyone knew it. So amazing. Timing is always funny. We're, supporting our police department, and then we go and see what amazing things they do. And those house checks, which you don't get in other communities, maybe save someone's house. So special kudos go out to Jessica, and that's all I got. Anybody else want to comments? Jeff? Start with that at the end.
I have liaison report. I don't know if you want to wait.
No, let's wait on reports.
Okay. Yeah, no comment.
Angelina?
Yeah, so I have a question about public comments. So sometimes you read the public comments that are submitted and you say what they're about, and other times you don't. And just as a matter of process and,
So the public comments we get today were for an agenda item.
oh, so if they're for an agenda item.
It's not a
then-
public comment, it's for an agenda item. I'll recognize her letter when we get to that item.
Okay, and then if it's not for a specific agenda item,
I recognize it at the public
okay,
comments.
okay,
Yep.
I just wanted clarity on that.
Yep, no, I didn't
And then-
miss it,
I
but
know.
thank you for pointing it
Yeah,
out.
is there a time too that, the residents need to submit public comment by? Or is it just before the meeting? Sorry, before 4, you said?
4 o'clock would be great.
4 on the day of the meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, but I just want to clarify, and I've had a couple conversations with Dan Kelly about this, and he clarified for us that public comment is public comment. It is meant to be done in person. So if somebody sends something in writing, it can be submitted to the board, but the board does not have any responsibility to read it out loud to everybody.
Okay.
So if it is important to the residents to speak during public comment, then they have to come here and speak.
Okay, is there any way we could, like, write this down and just put it on the website, so that way people know, like, if you submit it, it won't be read, it can be
It will be sent to the
included,
board.
just so everyone has an understanding of, like, why aren't they reading my letter? Or, oh, I should be going to the meetings because it's not received the same way.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
We can
I
do
think
that.
that'd be helpful. Thank you so much for clarity, thanks.
Yeah, and-
President
and
Colbert.
typically I do recognize the letter and try and give a brief synopsis of it, but no, we don't take the time to read it verbatim into the
We
record.
could be here reading forever.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the public
sure.
knows
Yep.
there's a difference in.
No, absolutely. Thanks for pointing that out. Anyone else?
I have just a comment.
Yep.
I'm picking up on a conversation that we have had, didn't act on it, but we had talked, council had talked about hosting some listening sessions, community conversations, quarterly or from time to time, where people, we would have it at the church or here, and people could ask questions, get answers to questions that they have. I'm wondering, Rachel, have you had any chance to move ahead on that particular activity?
No, we never talked about it. I submitted it like 4 times for agenda, but never made it through legal.
We talked about it briefly at legal. I am doing that right now.
Oh, okay.
Is
No, I'm
bringing
looking forward to it.
bringing
It was just
back.
never made an agenda.
That's what I'm doing right now because it hasn't been on the agenda.
So I apologize. I
No,
was
don't
writing
apologize.
down
There-
the comment about putting it on the website and I missed part of what you said. Would you ask me the question again?
I'd like to know, since the conversation about community conversations has occurred periodically over a couple of years, actually, and you had talked about doing it, we had talked about doing it at legal, didn't act on the suggestion, but would like to urge you to add that to the list, and I'd like to get those scheduled out in advance. The last time we talked about it was after the first community meeting related to the millage and before the second one. And there were conversations going on in public meetings at that time, but now that the second meeting is put to bed, the millage is over, I'd like to unearth that idea and see if we can get some conversations scheduled through the next year, and I'm recommending quarterly on a regular cadence so people can anticipate them.
We should take a motion on it.
Well, since we can do that, my question is just, what is Rachel thinking about? Because that's kind of an administrative thing.
Why don't we let Rachel put something together and
Yeah.
present something to us to consider, maybe map out dates, days of the week that work best.
That would be-
Location, we've done them, when we were introducing employees, they sort of segued into those at the library.
May I
Sounds like you
ask
could have a
legal
community
question?
center in the near future.
Can I ask legal question? So when I proposed it, I was thinking only 3 of us could be there at any one time. Is that still gonna be a requirement, or could we all attend, just not vote?
If everybody is in attendance, if there's a quorum in attendance, then it would have to be noticed as a public meeting.
Yeah, so if 3 of us are there, though, and we
Three of you are
cycle
attending.
quarterly.
Right, so then the question would then become, the council's then action would be to decide if you were representative of the council with less than quorum present. Otherwise, anything that you were doing would be, sort of more as an individual, and there wouldn't be meeting notice requirements or minute requirements. But in order for you to act as representatives of the council, then this council would need to take action to say, when we have a public forum where there are 3 people present, they are representing the council. Otherwise, at any point in time, 3 or less of you could put something together, but you are just not representing the council unless this body says you are.
Yeah, I think the intention was it's kind of like a reverse town hall. Instead of us talking to the residents talk to us. So,
But we could notice it up as a public.
yeah,
meeting.
but I just mean like as far
Protect
as
it.
like,
And you would get to determine what the rules of engagement were, the same way that you determine what the agenda of this meeting was. If it's more of an you would lay down those ground rules in advance.
but I'm just wondering as far as minutes go.
If it is a public meeting, then there would need to be minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
we're
not an
talking 4
obstacle.
times a year, the clerk could be there, and,
Okay.
yeah.
I just want to get them on the calendar, so I support having Rachel run with this and get back to us. Thank you.
Dan or Abby?
Nothing for me.
Okay. Rachel?
Okay, so I
Something for Rachel, we were supposed to do that, okay.
Yeah, I have it, I'll get to that. It's on our agenda tonight, but I did want to note that on July 15th, the Birmingham Area Cable Board approved a grant request to help cover our Comcast charges to modernize our fiber connection. That request was in the amount of $12,960. And then on July 30th, I attended the second fire department meeting with Bingham Farms. And during this meeting, the fire department has agreed to come to our finance committee meetings during budget prep to help us understand and be on the same page as them rather than just submitting their budget to us and having us try to figure out exactly where we're going with this. This will give us a better chance to work together and better allocate the funds that we have. The third item that Abby requested, I actually prepared this for something else, but I'll just give it to you now. I'm not going to go through and read it. You can read it on your own, but essentially for the crowd, what this is, it's just a timeline of where we started with Huntington Bank, well, where we started with the approval of all of the banks that I brought to council, and then a timeline just kind of outlining how our interactions with Huntington have happened. So I'll read a little bit of it. March 9th was the approval of the banking institutions. March 13th was our initial interview with Huntington, but I was on my own. I didn't have a treasurer at that time. On March 30th was Jody's first day. So on May 5th, we had a follow-up meeting with Huntington where they did their presentation again. So with her being the treasurer, she is responsible for banking. So I wanted to make sure that she was going to be comfortable with what they were presenting. And then it goes into emails and how we responded and the timeline of signing things. So basically where we're at is the signature card has been signed by everybody that needs to sign it. The Treasury Management Agreement has been signed. So all we need to do now is start actually moving our funds over. So that's going to be a little bit of a process because we obviously have a lot of outstanding payments. So we're going to have to figure out what lump sum we need to leave in merchants to make sure everything that we have spent through them is still covered, but then move everything else over to Huntington. Would you just pass these down?
Curious about the treasury management document though, because it was brought to my attention that those were originally sent by DocuSign on July 2nd. And as of August 7th, so just over a month later, they were still unsigned. And so as we're talking about the recovery of these dollars from this, from the fraud situation last year, and knowing that we have brought legal action for the village on behalf of the village for both the insurance company or insurance policy as well as the banking institution, my concern is that that delay undercuts our opportunity, like a part of our case, because there's been a substantial delay in sending DocuSign agreements, like over a month. It just signals that we were worried enough about the security at First Merchants Bank to move our money, and yet it's now months later. We still have not completed that process, and it seems like there's enough of a lag time on the signing of that agreement that signals to me, and I mean, we represent all of you, that is there a sense of urgency there would be my concern.
So I did meet with Fink Bresic about that, and Nate Fink told me that it doesn't.
Nothing about the conversation on the records, attorney-client privilege.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there, what is still outstanding at this point, and what is the expected timeline of completion for the moving of dollars between those bank accounts? I think that would be what I would like to understand too, is at what point will this be complete? And can we, I think, at the very least, in the interest of transparency, because I hear public comments, and I think you have every right to raise those concerns, I do think we should at least have some sort of updates for residents, either here or in some place that shows, here's how we've rectified this situation, both in terms of moving our village money into an institution we feel is better place to handle privacy, security, anything of that nature, but also just the transparency of showing what this process will look like from a governance and controls perspective. I think that is a really reasonable way to respond to resident concerns in a moving forward sort of capacity. Same reason I suggested that moving forward, we should also do an e-bike training. If we can't address what had happened, we can address it moving forward, and giving some update moving forward in ways that show that we've rectified the situation in these ways and it won't happen again because of this, I think is a really reasonable set of actions that we can take. That would be my request.
Okay, I'll provide you with a timeline.
Thank you.
I support trustee Gates in just making sure the public feels that we are addressing the financial controls of the village appropriately and in a timely fashion. I have a question regarding signatories and authority. Do we have a governance plan mapped out where it says who has authority to do what, who's responsible to execute what, who's the secondary approver for what? So that way we can ensure there's checks and balances so we can mitigate further financial risk and loss.
Yes, we do.
Okay, can you
And-
share that with council?
Sure.
Okay.
So that is why we're using Jenna as our treasury clerk, because we cannot have a person approving invoices that input the invoices into the system.
Of course.
And the person that signs the checks should also be a separate person. So I am a signer, the secondary signer is the police chief. The treasurer manages all the funds, creates the reports, but she is also not the person that is actually inputting the invoices into the system. And it's better to have more hands touching all of these invoices than it is to just have the treasurer handle everything like it was done in the past. So we've created this system where we're spreading the duties across multiple different divisions, if you will.
Yeah. No, I mean, separation of duties is definitely like a hallmark and, you know, checks and balances. I only ask that it be like shared so we can all just see the documentation, and that way, if there's any turnover or someone's acting on your behalf, like when you're on leave, if Chief Lawson is your acting, but he's also the secondary, do you know what I mean? And is he signing non-police checks?
Yes.
Okay, so then who's signing the police checks? You know what I mean? Like, just so there is an understanding of like, how do we balance, given a small staff? Like, what would happen if you were on leave for 2 weeks, or there was a turnover, or do we need to have the finance committee, you know, act as some sort of, you know, reviewer, whatever it be, just so the document, or the governance is documented and understood and shared and filed away and recorded and used.
Okay, so I think it'll be easier if I write it all down and send it to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it would be helpful just to see how everything works, then we don't have to, we feel like it's well representing controls. I mean, I know in our priorities in February, that was one of the top items, make sure we have good governance, and I know, Rachel, you're working on it. I think just advertising all the work you're doing will be helpful to make us understand everything that's happening.
Yeah. And I'm sure Abby has like lots of process, tried and true with templates, but,
Not for this.
okay, well, I mean, sometimes we just use something like a RACI chart, like who's responsible, who's accountable, who's consulted, who's informed, to see our ACI, to kind of see like, these are the roles and responsibilities, and this is who owns it, and this is who's like informed of it, this is who's consulted by it, you know, and it kind of just breaks it down, and I think having clear expectations of roles and responsibilities is gonna go a long way for, you know, all, like to Jeff's point, all the work you're doing that you don't have to redo it when like someone's new coming in, or if you're out, you know, then you don't have to put together like a whole leave plan, you know, because you're out for a week or something.
Anything else? Anything else?
No.
Okay. Liaisons.
Yeah, thank you, David. Historical District,
went to the meeting last week, and Alex and Laura asked me to bring a couple items to y'all. One of the things, and we don't have to make a decision on this tonight, but I wanted to just surface it, is that the state of Michigan Historic Preservation Offices identifies, they want us to have strategic objectives ongoing that will prove that we're working on our historical district committee goals and basically items that we want to do to make sure we're continuously staying in compliance. That usually includes a historic study committee. We've had these in the past, and they would like us to consider revisiting having a historic study committee. Particularly noted was there's a number of mid-century built homes over 70 years in age that may require historical governance, and they wanted us to think about that, to have some sort of study committee ongoing, not only because of that item, but I guess to have be in compliance with the Historic Preservation Office. So that was one thing. I can, if you guys have any questions or comments, that could be something that potentially goes on a future agenda. And then Gary Roberts, one of his last HDC objectives was there is a printing and distribution of a Village of Franklin Historic District Guide, but we have limited copies of that. And we don't, Evan, correct me, have like current funding for those types of, like actually printing them?
The HTC does have a budget, and I'm actually working to get those printed right now with one of the town commissioners.
Okay.
So it isn't possible.
Okay, so more of an FYI then, but the one reason I say that is it has very good description of all the things that you need to do if you live in the historic district, and as many items have come up in recent meetings for compliance or something that it's better to get ahead of those things rather than having to learn them post hoc. So.
Can that be put on the website in a digital form?
It is.
Okay.
Yep.
It's just something we could also distribute to the whole.
That's what Gary wanted to get in hand of people in the.
Can we add the link to the minutes for this meeting?
Sure.
So that way if someone watches it on TV, they can access it. Thank you, Evan. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah. So I guess maybe I'll go to the next meeting, we can talk about it, but if Historic District Study Committee would be something we need to approve.
I support having a discussion like that. The historic, the study committee had the most recent work product of that group was the plan to redistrict, to expand the historic district and include some non-contiguous properties in the historic district. Then they disbanded. They haven't always had the support of council.
Yeah.
And I'd love to have this council literate about historic preservation and excited about it, because there's a lot of things we can do that really lend to the character of the village that isn't going to impose on, it's not a hardship, but that might be one direction. But I think that conversation about that is really worthwhile.
Yeah, so I guess we should think about if we want to have that as an agenda item.
Okay. I'm just saying, yep.
Okay,
I
thank you.
support.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions, comments?
Anyone else from the committee?
We'll do infrastructure. So the infrastructure committee, we demoed a constituent issue management platform and I guess resident communication app last week, because one of our priorities is obviously to understand what infrastructure projects the public would want to see. And we talked about a survey in the past, QR code, like how do we get people involved? How do we make sure that what we're doing is actually of interest to the public? And through various times the last year, we just haven't gotten it off the ground. But next meeting, to Jeff's point, we'd like to put it on the agenda. It's used by White Lake right now and Howell. It's a customizable app. It has the ability for residents to submit like, hey, I have an issue with e-bike, and then upload a picture and then put their comment, and then it would be assigned to a staff member. They could respond. Someone else that might also be interested in the e-bike issue could follow along with that issue, so they could see the response from council. It could be anonymous, so like no one knows who's reporting it, but you're following along because it's an issue that concerns you. It could also be that when someone submits an issue on e-bike, it links to the ordinance, like the state of Michigan ordinance on e-bike, so that person could be like, oh, there already is a law on e-bike. So I think it's a really good communication tool. It also has, this is like something that I was excited about, the ability to export reports. So you can see what issues are important, how many people commented, and then obviously whether it's a written comment for a council meeting, a verbal comment at a council meeting, a call-in to the village office, a walk-in, or just, any other way that residents, or if it's done by a resident on the app, it's all aggregated. So we can have like a full portfolio view of issues, and then those link to outcomes, or say someone wants to say there was a dog off a leash, then you can say, here's where you go to report that. So I just think that in the age of digitalization, it's really important that we provide information in the way that our residents are used to consuming it, which is on their phones. So we'd like to bring it up to the next council meeting. It's a very low investment and comes with like training, support, customization, and it's built for government, so it's 508 compliant. It's accessibility, they have translations in different languages, and it's inclusive of all the things that we would look for to serve our community. Do you have any? Oh, you asked a great question on the demo too.
Oh, sure. So I was also impressed, having been part of the demo, and one thing that stood out to me was the ability to provide notice to residents of what's going on in the community. I feel like that sometimes has been a challenge. You talk to neighbors and they don't know that things are going on. So by having this app, residents could very easily access a calendar, or village administration can even send out alerts about various items.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like today I emailed Evan and Rachel, I was like, our power's out, Jeff's power's out, is the village power out, and we were kind of like emailing, and then she was like, our server's down, I can't even get to my email. So it's like a great tool, that's a great point, Dan, for communicating in an emergency situation.
Okay. Looking for that. Anyone else?
No.
Main Street Franklin. Pam?
Hi, I'm Pam Migliori, 32725 Franklin Road, and I'm here to talk about Main Street. It's been, I've watched the meetings online, or I've come here in person, and I just want to try and explain where we are, what we're doing. And I know at the last meeting you had a lot of questions on who performed the block party, which wasn't called a block party because it wasn't in the block. We did that on purpose. I can tell you why it was changed. At that time, we decided to have it on the green because there were so many empty buildings in downtown Franklin, and we didn't want to bring it more attention to what we were missing. And at this time, we've got, a lot of new owners in the Van Avery buildings filled. We're getting the plaza completely filled. The Poly, or now the Twist, is open and ready to go. Lisa's building is probably October, so we have a lot of great things happening in downtown downtown Franklin. Sorry, I have another business in Franklin. So we wanted to let people know that. So I just brought the letter, or the poster that we had last year of all of our sponsors, because there seemed to be confusion of who did the party last year and who's done the party every year. This is our 6th year. We've called it the Block Party for 5 of the 6 years, and the reason because we weren't on the block, we weren't in the downtown, and we changed it as a meeting. We were all sitting there. Frank Novak said, hey, what do you think about Summer Heat Party powered by DTE? We're like, cool, great. No second thoughts, because we didn't think it was that big of a deal. But as you can see, DTE and all the other sponsors that we had are all sponsors. They did not put on the event. Main Street Franklin put on the event, just like we are this year. And Sarah did this poster, and I think it's very nice. And that's very helpful because we spent a lot of money hiring people to do this for us. So She's a great help. And we have our sponsors at the bottom, just like we do every year. And just because they're a sponsor, they don't get to say more than anyone else. We wanted to emphasize DTE because they're a huge sponsor for us. They're our biggest sponsor. And we decided they deserved a little bit more notice. So that's the only reason, that's the only thing that was about. But this year, it's August 19th from 5 to 8:30. I want you all to come. We're going to have a lot of cool things that we haven't had before. We're going to have a dunk tank and a bounce house and adult cocktails. We've had those before, but not last year. Arts and crafts for the kids. A lot of great things. And special announcement that Rachel's going to be one of the people in the dunk tank. And the other volunteers are our fire department.
I literally was about to say, probably police and fire too.
The police aren't going to be able to make it, but the fire department is going to do it for us, so that's awesome. And I also wanted to thank you all for giving us Evan. And even it's a part-time, he is a gem. I can't tell you how much we enjoy.
You know that.
We know.
He is. I mean, our little board, I mean, there's been times that we've been all the way up to like 9 people and down to 2 people. And with me and him and Sarah being steady, it's nice to have some person, part of the village that is helping us, you know, make the right decisions and doing the right things. But I don't want you to ever think that you're not invited to our meetings, that they're private. They're not. They're open to the public, the community. Anyone who would like to come and learn about us, you're more than welcome. Sarah?
Em, are they on a set date or do they fluctuate?
The parties?
No, like the meetings.
Oh, we have a list of our meetings. They're usually Wednesdays at 10.
Okay.
And sorry, where's the location?
Right now, it's at the church parlor.
Okay, and do you need volunteers for the Main Street Block Party, and who should they call?
Okay, Evan. And yeah, we could use a few more, because then I would be able to give people, like, instead of having to work the whole event, they could do half, and that would be nice that they could participate.
And like high schoolers, you can take students for community service.
Oh, yeah, for volunteer hours, yep.
Oh, sorry.
I'll just wait until you guys are done.
What?
I will happily answer that one.
And I just wanted to say, Angelina, you were right. It was not called the Block Party last year. You know, but their money was spent just like everybody else's money to support the event. They didn't get anything different.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In terms of the volunteers, we are actually having our last meeting before the block party tomorrow to finalize what else is needed, and then we will put a call out through Evan, so be on the lookout for that. I also wanted to provide that we want to do better as a board in providing status updates to both the village council and the broader community. So we will do our best to be at all of the monthly meetings to be able to provide that. We've been working with the church on the community center project, and that has been a wonderful project that we've been working on. That has been incredible to see all of our stakeholders, so I appreciate them being here. We have a save the date. Our Frankenstein will be October 24th, so that is the Saturday before Halloween, because of course Halloween is on a Saturday this year. So parents, get tired now, because it's going to be a long haul this year. Another exciting thing, we are working on a $10,000 technical assistance grant that would directly address professional and organizational development, marketing and community visibility, organizational infrastructure, and business community engagement. So we've been working really hard with the county to be able to do that, so we're really excited. We are also updating our bylaws to be more clear and better structured, and we are currently waiting on our legal advising for that to be able to go through, but once that is all set, we will put those updated bylaws on our website as well. I want to second Pam, and that working with Evan has been absolutely phenomenal. I am a grant writer myself, and so working with Evan on the grant side, working with him on the community projects, everything that he brings to the table has, one, made us more organized, and two, I think it also continues the passion that we bring to the table of just having someone there to support us and back us up and sort of bring life to our ideas. So we really appreciate him. And if anyone here or in the area owns or manages a business within 1 mile of Franklin and would like to be included in our directory, have event sponsorship or participation, or just wants to be a part of the work we do, we are so happy to include you, welcome you, add you to the website, whatever you need. We are just happy to be a part of the team and represent the heart of Franklin.
So that's amazing. I want to address each one of you. Pam, thank you for all the hard work you do. You're the backbone right now of Main Street. So thank you for holding it together. I know there was a little lull as we were getting our administration put together, but thank you for always being there for us.
Thank you.
Evan, this is phenomenal for us at council to hear that you've taken it and run with it, that you've brought the village and the Main Street Board back together and corroborating. So really happy that you've done that and super proud of you. And then Sarah, I know you're on Planning Commission. You're a wonderful planning commissioner. I know you've been involved in the community center project, and now to see that you're on Main Street, you're a gem in the village. Everything you touch moves forward, and special kudos to you. Any project that you've had your hands on has gone forward.
I second that.
Thank you. No, it's been great being part of the team.
She's a pleasure. Okay, yes, Angelina?
Question, for the business, just to clarify, they don't have to have like a brick and mortar?
No.
It could be?
Nope. So yeah, it's, I think within ours, we have to be 1 mile out towards the boundaries of Franklin. That's the only stipulation. And we're trying really hard to just engage more and more businesses so that way they feel welcome to be part of our organization.
Is there any way we could partner with Bingham and get them to send an email to their SAD district?
Mark went to the council meetings for Bingham, Beverly Hills, and I forget the third one, and introduced us to them and told them that we'd love them to use our downtown as their downtown. Okay. So we're starting that path.
More and more partnerships are happening, and we're trying really hard to build the community well within just not our village, but also the surrounding area that also views it as their village as well.
Okay, awesome job.
I just want to read our mission statement. Well, yeah, okay. The Main Street Franklin Fund is a 501c3 nonprofit organization focused on planning and development within the village of Franklin, Michigan. It is our mission to enhance the downtown businesses corridor by implementing safe, walkable, and attractive village center while preserving and promoting the historic agriculture, charm, and magnificent rural settings in the incentivized residents and visitors to live, work, and play inside this hidden gem. At the heart of the Main Street Fund is the deep desire to bring much-needed resources to Franklin's downtown historic district. And that's our goal. And I've been doing it since 2008 when the first day we decided we were going to do this. So I really love this place. I don't live here, but I have a business here and I really love it. And I would love for you all to share those feelings with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Did we miss Stuart?
Yeah.
In
Planning.
Oh.
During liaison, because David's not here, so he didn't give a
He's
liaison
coming.
report.
He's just
Okay, so I can give a report for planning.
Yeah, what happened to you?
I don't know, I was a little
off
confused.
on his e-scooter and we forgot about him.
I was just standing right in the back, right there. Thought I was giving you the hey, you know me, I'm right here look, but it didn't work out. So anyway, just for planning commission, since we've been transitioning to the liaison report, and Trustee Solly would have had you been here, but I'm happy to cover like I used to do. So we did move our meeting from planning from normally it would be held next Wednesday, but because of the block party, we moved it to the day before, to Tuesday of next week. And we are currently discussing the more of the noise nuisance abatement work, covering abandoned houses and grass maintenance, lawn maintenance, and how we want to handle that, and comparing against other neighborhoods. So we started discussions last month on that. We also are looking to update our ordinances on fences, like was directed by council last month. We started discussions on how do we update the fence ordinance to keep with sports courts versus listing out specific sports in general. Like tennis courts are called out specifically within our ordinances, but there are other sports than tennis that require fences in people's properties. So updating those. Then we're also working on a site plan review process proposal for council to handle some of the site plan reviews that could be more handled at the planning commission level, that are handled at planning commission level at other municipalities, rather than having to have 2 site plan reviews with council and with planning. If there are certain ones structured in a way that the building representative could review and then go to council, it would streamline the process for people trying to get a site plan review within the village, especially those that are in the downtown area. It can be months sometimes for them to get a site plan approved after going through planning, then going to council. So if there's things that we can do to streamline that process to help our businesses in the village, that would be great. So we're coming up with a proposal of what we would recommend. We've got a couple on the table that we're looking at. I think that's good for the public to see. We did the same thing a few years ago with regards to solar panels. Used to have a site plan review for solar panels, so you'd have a building review. Solar panel would have a site plan review, then go to council to get permission to put solar panels on your roof. And you were a part of planning when that happened as well, President. And so it's kind of the same methodology of thought process for helping those that are trying to do something to improve the village. Yes. Please.
Is there a statutory sequence, or can they happen like asynchronously?
What do you mean by what process?
Building, then it goes to the council.
Usually building looks at things before they come to us because they have to. They're not going to want to review a site plan with us if it's obviously not going to pass building. Yeah. So they do usually go through a building process first because Bill will help them prepare, make sure that everything is prepared correctly, as well as our clerk will help them as well. Because otherwise, it takes another month if there's any grievous errors for a site plan. So that's really what the idea behind it is. But at the same time, there's a risk also because normally since council has a chance to review it, if we deny a process for someone that has a site plan and we say no, we don't accept it, what's the appeal process? Can they go to council? Things like that. So those are the things we're working out, trying to figure out with regards to the site plans. The other thing that I've noticed in most recent, we haven't, because of all the building administration turnover and things going on, we haven't had consistent treasury reports. We've been getting them regularly, and one of the things that has come to my attention in the last several ones that we received is that public hearing costs have gone up. I think they're closer to like $900 and something is what the last billing I saw in our account is. It must have been combined, but every time we have a public, it used to be around $300, but we're trying to find a way to make them cheaper because the public hearings has to have certain stipulations within the state of Michigan to be able to hold a public hearing, and they're a lot more expensive than they used to be because we don't have a local newspaper. We go to Oakland County. The Eagle has a process, but it's a much more difficult process. You have to much more notice in the Eagle, whereas if you have a publication that has this more frequent, you can have a public hearing notice go out in a shorter distance of time. So those are the things we're looking at. How do we, since cost is a big factor we're trying to consider within our budget, we're also trying to figure out how do we streamline public hearing costs as well. Because I noticed that Bingham Farms, they have public hearing notices go out in the Birmingham Eagle.
Yeah,
but
so does Beverly Hills.
Beverly Hills, but we're special. And we're more expensive for that reason. So,
what would the alternative be?
What do you mean? We can use the Eagle, but there's really only 2 options that I know of: is Birmingham Eagle, or the Oakland
Oakland Press.
Oakland Press, yeah.
And we can't use the Eagle because
the issue is we're trying to move projects forward as quickly as we can, and because we have to get the notice into the Eagle so early for their once monthly publication,
it just delays
that if
everything.
anybody comes in after that notice has been sent, they're automatically pushed a month out.
Yeah.
So yes, it can cost more. The village should not be covering that cost, though. That cost should be covered through their application fees. So we'll have to do an assessment and take a
But
look.
ordinances too, though, how do those work then?
Ordinances are our fees,
Yeah.
yes.
But with ordinances, we could wait because
Yes,
we could.
that's
There's
right.
not an
That's
urgent-
right. Usually we don't have the same urgency with an
Yeah.
ordinance as we would with like a site plan for a public hearing.
So
Right.
do we need to have a process that says if it's non-urgent, we use the
So-
Eagle, and if it is urgent.
And that's the challenge we have to work through with administration, and that we're also thinking about is how do we deal with it if someone's looking for a public hearing in the Eagle, and then they miss it in the Oakland Press because it's a site plan. Then how do we deal with that situation? So that's it. We don't want people saying, "Oh, we have to look in both places," because that's less productive for our villagers to be able to look for public hearings. So these are the things we're looking through as well. Yeah.
Do they still give because I know I've gotten them in the mail, like the notice to residents within X amount of?
We do those. That's also part of the site plan review,
Okay.
and it's specific things that require that.
That's by state law.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you have to send it in the mail, yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
Do we have residents saying that they've been looking for notice of public hearings and haven't been able to find them because they don't know which publication to look
I'm just looking
in?
at cost.
Okay. No. I was just wondering because I feel like we notice public hearings on the website too, right?
I felt a little envious of Bingham and Beverly when I noticed their public notices hearings when I looked at the Eagle, and I was like, why aren't we doing this?
Yeah, because I was saying that we can say residents, they could be in either publication, but if you want to know for sure, go to the website.
So I don't mean to discuss this out here. I'm just letting you know that's one of the things that we're considering, because, we really need to find, since we've had to move to Oakland Press and the costs are going up for them, I'm trying to figure out how we can adjust that. 'Cause we had our largest budget item last year was public hearings. So, which is a lot, for our budget. So anyway, all right.
Can I?
One of our largest, I guess, McKenna's our largest, but our next largest is that.
So, did you say this already, Stuart? Are we constrained by having like newspapers, or?
It's circulation, I believe, is the requirement. It has to have a
Okay.
certain amount of circulation coverage, and
Okay.
that's why we went away from the previous.
Oh, okay, okay, thank you.
Can you also put the link in the minutes to where they could find public notices?
So you send them out to all the homes also?
It depends, yeah. We send them, if it's specific for, if there is something affecting a specific home, and it requires the state of Michigan the state of Michigan requires us to send out a notice within, I think it's 1,000 feet of the home, then they will get a mailer that tells them to come to the hearing at a certain time. But that's usually if it affects something with their property, the exterior of the property that someone else will object to.
There's a program through the post office where you can send postcards to a certain zip code, you don't have to address them or anything, and the mail carriers will give them to everyone that's in that. And it's a lot less expensive than mailing things, and then.
So, I believe a public hearing, though, has a different requirement from state of Michigan's requirements than just a mailer. The mailers do happen for certain circumstances, but the public hearing goes out to everyone. Yeah. So people that really need to be informed get the mailer. Like people that it matters because they pass by the house every single day, they'll get the mailer for sure. Yeah. So cool. And then I'll be here for later in the agenda as well. So.
Thanks, Stuart. Okay, that's the end of reports. So we're on to old business, and we still have a bunch of stuff. So my question is, what is people's thoughts on postponing the board and commission appointment process, being that trustee Sally is the one who put this together and isn't here? Or do we want to, you guys want to try and tackle this right now?
I'm okay to move it later. I think he's coming. If you want to move it.
All right, so.
Are you saying postpone it entirely? from
Well, I would say
Saturday, or-
postpone it entirely, but for the time,
Or move it down.
Like
till
to
we
next
can-
month.
tonight, next month, yeah. But that's what I'm suggesting. But if he is still coming, then that would be helpful, being that he was the author of it, or author of the changes. So, do you guys want, is this something that's important that you want to make sure we tackle now, to have in place? And we already have the guidelines in place, which we generally follow. We're about to fill the last of our commission openings right now, but.
I'd be
trying to-
okay deferring it, tabling it until a future meeting,
I think it's
given the
worth,
fullness of the agenda.
yeah, I think it's worth discussing, but unless there's like some absolute urgent need that needs to be approved between now and September, I think we can table it.
Yeah.
I agree.
All right, well, I'm going to move that we postpone consideration of old business item A, board and commission appointment process, to the September meeting. If I can get a second.
Second.
And a motion in a second. Further discussion?
Do we have to re-approve the agenda, or no?
Sort of what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, thank you. The next item is sort of a clerical cleanup. This is an ordinance that we had actually reviewed and approved.
What?
Yeah.
What happened?
It was.
Our clerk never posted it, just like,
Never even written. Our lawyer didn't write it.
oh,
It was a different law.
It was a different law firm, not this lawyer. This is why we have new legal counsel.
So essentially, back in '23, the planning commission considered the height of buildings in the village. Our ordinance was completely outdated. We essentially had buildings that couldn't be taller than 20-some feet. We had we had two-story buildings that couldn't even fit. You had permission to build 2 stories, but you couldn't fit 2 stories in 20 feet. It was just archaic. It was for when buildings were being built with 7-foot ceiling heights instead of 9-foot ceiling heights. So at that time, to be consistent with pretty much all the other communities out there, the planning commission considered it and recommended to council that the height of buildings be 2 stories, not to exceed. The maximum height of a building be 2 stories, no higher than 35 feet at wherever the point in the gable that they calculated. And apparently, that's where it ended. So now, here we are, to finally bring it through the formal process. And Stuart, I mean, if you want to give us a background, but I mean, that was pretty much so.
you gave the background.
Yeah, I mean.
You were pretty heavily involved.
Yeah, I
Have
was
we
chair
been
at the time.
Operating off the assumption that this ordinance was codified,
Well,
and
no,
it
I
wasn't?
don't think anybody's built a new building in downtown. This was done for, it was really done for the Zelinski renovations to their dentist office, which was the impetus of this, because their proposed plans were way taller than 22 feet.
Yeah.
And that permit's never been pulled, so, and we never fixed the ordinance to allow it anyways, but that's what we're trying to do now.
I mean, that's.
Who found this? You.
I don't remember who it was. Maybe it was Chris Newton who was.
Yeah, we went through we had McKenna help us go through and figure out like what's been missing and something in
That's
that.
what I was gonna ask, if there are any more that
Nope.
you guys find.
Oh yeah, any more that we find, we're going definitely, because yeah, it is frustrating. But yeah, you gave the summary of what it was.
Yeah.
There's really nothing more for me to add.
And this is our first reading.
It's a first reading, so you're gonna be able to see.
You'll see the formal ordinance at the next one.
Yeah.
But it's in our packet. It's a 1 sentence, a 2-word revision.
In your opinion, Stuart, do we need to update anything on this, or it's still?
No, because
relevant?
remember, like, so it mostly affects that one district or those districts, and they're already constrained heavily already, and so this is a relaxation of their building requirements. So I don't see a material change. The impetus, like President Goldberg said, they haven't pulled a permit on it yet. So, but it is. We did work on it. We did make some recommendations, and I don't feel a reason not to move forward with it. Do you have it up?
So it's changing the language. I want to make sure I understand. I mean, nah, it doesn't really matter. It's 14 and a half to 32 stories, not to exceed 35 feet. Is that the change?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm loading the page. Thank you. Oh, I have to get to it. It's 126 pages to swing through. Thank you. Yes, so, so it's basically changing for the RO1 and C1 district, changing it to, instead of 14 and a half to 35 feet. So that's just it. That's the basic difference.
Cool.
So, no, nothing new.
All right.
You need a motion?
We absolutely do.
It's first reading, right? So,
So I need a motion to accept the first reading of the amendment to zoning ordinance appendix B regarding building heights in the RO1 and C1 zoning districts.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Hanson, second by Gates.
Just one.
Further discussion?
Just one thing. I think there's, Evan, there's a autocorrect, I think, changed your name.
Well,
Is he Miller?
I'll make sure that's fixed.
I don't think our clerk's name is that.
For the
it's
purposes
first
of-
reading. We have time to change it.
For the purposes of cleaning it up, yeah, we want to make sure the clerk's last name is correct.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Next item is considering a resolution to appoint a last person to the Planning Commission.
Are we doing
Wait, what about-
new business A?
What about the cable board?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed the peg thing.
You need some.
Too many notes on here. Our first item of new business is considering a resolution to accept the BACB PEG grant funding for Comcast modern fiber optic internet connection to the village offices and police department. And this would help in vastly improving our streaming abilities, which would be great.
That was one of our priorities.
No, absolutely. And
Is
it's
there
one of,
anything aside from, like, is it an upgrade of existing service, or are we talking new equipment?
Yeah, what is
Or
the
all of the
upgrade?
above?
It is the connection. So right now, we are on copper, and we're moving to fiber.
Which improves the ability.
Speed.
The speed.
yeah.
And we need the speed so we can better.
Stream.
Thank you. There we go.
And is this,
if you watch on the live
Yeah,
meetings,
just
that-
live,
yeah,
yeah.
it's,
yeah, it does lie.
yeah.
And will this affect this building? Does that affect the gazebo and the other locations in the village? Or is it just, what's the scope of the that the upgrade will affect?
Yeah, it's what we have now, but it's, with the same service we have now, it just improves.
I think the question is, we have like the Wi-Fi that is on the gazebo.
The gazebo,
Will
the
the-
Krieger House, this building,
Yeah, will
right?
the network also improve stability of those access
Yeah.
points? I don't know if that's an answer.
That
you
was
have.
my question, yeah, it
So
was,
you would assume that having the faster fiber optic speed brings it into our router at greater speed, and then we, assuming our router has the capability, that we can then distribute it
I
to
don't
as
know.
far as it goes out on the village green, using that fiber optic.
What we discussed
Speed.
with Comcast was this building and the police department.
Okay.
We did not talk about extending it to the Krieger House. We can ask what the additional cost would be, and we did not talk about the gazebo at all because it's not on our property.
that was, you've answered my question. The answer is no. I'm good.
We should do this.
And I was under the impression that the network that goes out over the village green was actually in the attic of the Krieger house, not in the gazebo? But I don't know, that might.
I do not have information on that.
But either way, if it can enhance that, or we can, as increasing the speed into the
I
village
think it's worth just
increases.
further discussion.
For sure, I mean, to the extent that we can do that, we should look into
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
To make it go all the way. Yep, okay. All right, so we have.
But only if it's free, like only if they're giving us the grant for it.
Yeah, well, yeah, or find out what it would cost to do whatever needs to be done, if it's increasing a router, and we could go ask them for that as well. So we have, did we take a motion? Do we have a motion? We don't have it.
I don't think we do, but basically you just have
You
to.
have a resolution, a pile of paper.
No, we do.
Let's read it.
We don't have a motion to
But
accept it.
we need a resolution to do this, right?
We have a draft
There it is,
resolution.
right, it's up there.
Passed by resolution. You have a
Correct.
resolution.
That's why I have been saying, consider a resolution to accept the BACB. So we just move to approve it, and then the village, the resolution that we have in front of us is the one we use.
Thank you, Nancy. I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution as presented to accept the cable board funds to pay for improvements to the village offices and police department.
I'll second.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Thank you for looking into this.
Great.
Yeah, good job.
Money.
But no, we've been asking to get, I had been asking you guys to figure out a way to get fiber optic here, and thank you. Appreciate it. Consider a resolution to appoint a last member to the planning commission.
Yeah, I think, though, okay, you can go. I'll let you finish.
What?
I was gonna say that, one of the candidate that we appointed last meeting is running for council. So whoever doesn't get appointed today, I just want them to reapply, because it might be that we have another vacancy in 2 months.
And although we didn't get to it, one of the things that trustee Sally added into the process was every time we appoint someone and that there's more than one applicant, that we appoint a first alternate. That would either fill in if the person never accepted the position, or the next person up in line if an opening were to occur. And yes, if Commissioner Drake is to win in his election bid, then yes, another opening would be on the planning commission. But today, we're considering,
This is one open spot.
yeah, fulfilling, this is Jeremy Warner's, the last, so this is Jeremy's spot. So we had applications from 2 residents, Rebecca Bemis and Michael Furston, right?
Furston.
Yeah. So I do not know if Michael or Rebecca are here, but if either of you are here and you would like an opportunity to address us, feel free to come up. We have their resumes. I personally had a chance to speak with Michael. I reached out to Rebecca and did not hear back.
Rebecca's out of town on
That might have
vacation.
been why. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But is this Michael? Michael, please.
how you doing?
Pleasure to meet you.
Hey. Hey, everyone. All right, good evening. My name is Michael Furston. I'm a villager at 32644 Colony Hill in Franklin. I want to start by saying that this isn't just a civic interest for me. This is personal. I grew up on Pickering Road, so just off Maple and Franklin there. After school, I'd bike down the hill into the village, going to places like Market Basket, the old Franklin Grill, the cider mill, to the park. And this village was really in my backyard. It shaped largely who I am, especially in my childhood. So now that I've planted roots here with my wife, I wanted to give something back to the community that gave me so much growing up. So that commitment to Franklin isn't just personal, it's also professional. I'm a general contractor and developer. I have a Bachelor of Science in Construction Management from Michigan State. Over the course of my career, I've successfully completed projects in multifamily, hospitality, historic restoration, government and institutional sectors, completing over $200 million in work across Metro Detroit. That isn't a credential on paper. That's a decade of being in the field, in the room, and at the table where real decisions about real developments get made. Through that work, I've dealt directly with the majority of municipalities across southeastern Michigan, navigating planning processes, zoning ordinances, permitting code requirements, site plan reviews, and the complex relationship between developers and communities. I've sat across the table from planning commissions. I've submitted plans, responded to conditions, negotiated approvals, and seen firsthand what separates communities that plan well from those that don't. I know this process from every angle, and I know what it costs a community when planning decisions are made without the expertise to evaluate them properly. That expertise is what a planning commission requires, not in theory, but in practice. Every single meeting, when a developer comes before this commission with a proposal, or the planning commission with a proposal, the questions that protect this village are technical ones, largely. What does the site plan actually say? Is this density appropriate for the infrastructure? Are these traffic projections realistic? Is this proposal what it claims to be? Is this project harmonious with the village? And I'll know those answers. I won't need them explained to me. I'll ask the questions that protect Franklin before a single shovel would hit the ground. The decisions made in this room are permanent, I guess, or like you said, maybe not. What gets approved, what gets denied, what Franklin looks like for the next generation, it's decided in the Planning Commission and in this council. This commission is not a ceremonial role. It carries a real consequence for every villager in this community. The appointment you make tonight should reflect that weight. Beyond the commission itself, I want to be an asset to this village in every way I can, whether that's working alongside the building department, advising on construction matters, reviewing proposals, or simply being a resource that the village can rely on. Sorry about that. I'm here. My commitment to this village doesn't end when the meeting does. I've already had the privilege of speaking with the Planning Commission Chair, a council member, and the village president. Those conversations reinforce what I already believed, that Franklin is a community that takes its future seriously, and I want to be a part of protecting it. Franklin is not just any village. Its character, its scale, its history, these are worth protecting with the same care I grew up experiencing as a kid on Pickering Road. I understand what's at stake here. I've spent my entire career understanding exactly what's at stake. I'm not here to push an agenda. I'm here to work, apply real field-tested expertise to service this village. The same village I grew up in, same village I intend to spend the rest of my life in, and I look forward to working with this council and planning commission to ensure Franklin remains an exceptional community as it's always been. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And obviously Rebecca is out of town.
Yeah,
so
she's at Mackinac Island.
She's not, well, that's too bad. All right, so,
Well, I can speak a little bit since
know
I
Rebecca?
spoke
Go
with.
ahead.
Yeah, I do know Rebecca. She's my neighbor and a friend. And most of my contact with her is walking dogs and dodging children. And I know that she has wanted to get involved in village government for some time. Circumstances have prevented her from jumping in until recently. And I think she's a person of character and is, like a lot of people that are looking at positions on the council and the various commissions, is someone who is looking for a way to jump in. So even if she isn't selected tonight, I would encourage us to consider her again when another opening comes up in the Planning Commission. I think she'd be a great addition.
Yeah. I'll speak to Rebecca as well. She's been here probably like every few months. I know she came and spoke about the stop signs on Wing Lake. She came and offered ideas regarding an ice rink and pavilion in the green. The last 3 or 4 years, she's been coming every few months and getting involved, speaking during public comment, also looking for opportunities to be more engaged. I know that she is not here tonight because she's at Mackinac Island with her family, not because she didn't want to be, but to Pam's point, she now has more time and availability and knows that like attendance is valued on Planning Commission, so didn't want to commit to a role until she was sure that she could satisfy the obligation.
was she the woman that had asked about the stop sign?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
It was that terrible corner.
Yeah, we
on
got
Wing
her.
Lake.
We got her.
Yeah, we got her.
Yeah.
And then she asked about the brush, remember? To
Right,
get,
no, so that's who.
Yeah.
She lives right up that
Yeah, I
place,
met her
yeah.
several times, spoken
Yeah.
with her.
like Suzanne and Wing Lake.
Exactly who she is. Remind me, what's the process for Planning Commission? Do we take, at the last meeting, David had implied that it was an appointment by me and approval, or is it just a vote or a nomination by?
I believe it's an appointment by you that they support.
Yeah.
Interesting, okay.
I'm getting confirmation that it is.
Okay.
Sarah's just happy to get another, commissioner.
Okay, so that's how it starts. I wish Rebecca had been here, but I do know Rebecca. And her credentials hold a special place in my heart. My daughter is a clinical psychologist as well. So, and traditionally, I have always taken the position that it isn't really knowledge to be on any of our boards. It's commitment and ability to put in the time. Although in various instances, we do have certain nuances. We've always kind of liked to have an architect on the HDC. It helps having someone with some legal background on ZBA, and probably for the last 20 years, and we've been missing it for maybe the last, since Al Ludwig resigned, there has really been someone with a building and development background on the planning commission. I served in that capacity when I was there. After I was gone, there was Al Haddad and Al Ludwig. Right now, the planning commission is missing someone with that good background regarding construction and how the development process works and how it works in other communities. And it always is never fun when there's two people have applied for one position, but in this instance, I'm gonna make a recommendation that we appoint Michael Furston. Rebecca has been wonderful, and I enjoyed getting to know her. I went by her property a couple times as we were investigating that stop sign and then eventually approving it. I think she would be a wonderful addition to any of our boards. It's not part of the process right now, but although, since we're considering it, I would say that she should go to the top of the list for the next time we have an appointment. As long as there's an opening, she just emails Evan. We have her credentials. That's part of what we'll discuss in this. Once you've submitted your credentials to us, I'm not sure it has to be an ongoing thing to do. But I'm gonna recommend that we appoint Michael Furston in this instance, and ask that Rebecca please come back for consideration, and maybe in a couple months when the planning commission might have another opening. Wait 1 second, Pam. I made an appointment. So, let's go to discussion as well as get a second. If you want to have a question, Pam, you can come up, but discussion amongst ourselves. Let's start there.
Does planning have alternates? I can't remember if it's only zoning.
That was my question.
Oh, okay.
They do.
They do.
Planning has alternates. Or not alternates, they have,
No, we don't have alternates.
Zoning has alternates.
No.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was, because zoning has 2 alternates.
Now, as it turns out right now, the zoning board of appeals only has one alternate, and.
You really got a ripple out there.
Planning's defined in our village ordinances of how it's structured and everything.
Right, yeah, there's no alternate, right. Now, the only alternates we have are on the ZBA, so that somebody doesn't come for a legal hearing and not have a quorum. Because usually lawyers are scheduled, and it's not really good to postpone someone because we can't have a quorum. So that's why there's always been 1 or 2 alternates, to make sure we could always have at least 4 people there. No, but I think in a mental place, I think Rebecca's super qualified and should be at the top of our list the next time we have an opening. Any other discussions? Then it's to you guys now. Someone have to move to support my appointment or not?
I guess my only other point is, I'm sorry, I should have spoken up. I think it's always tough, right? We have to make a decision, and I would love both of these people to be involved. And so the decision we make does not reflect us believing that both of these people will be well. We love the interest and want to make sure they don't feel discouraged from continuing.
And I'm glad you say that, because we've had this a couple cycles now where we've had 3 openings for various bodies, and 4 people or 5 people apply, and of course we can only choose 3 of the 5. And then we ask the 2 people that weren't appointed, you guys are wonderful candidates, please, the next time we have an opening, apply, and then we don't necessarily hear back. So I don't know if there's something we can do to make that better, or keep a running list of people that we have passed on in the past and make sure that we put them on notice that there's another opening so that they can be considered.
Yeah. I will say, like, I've noticed that trend. And what I've found out when I followed up with people is that they were looking for an opportunity to get involved and then joined like another board or got another position. You know what I mean? Like they had the time in their schedule and they felt passionate. And so, like, I know someone who had applied for an appointment to the council, and then I reached back out to her and I was like, hey, there's openings. Like, oh, I just applied to another board and now I'm swamped with that. So I feel like, you know, it's a good thing because it means that they're true volunteers where they want to get involved, but like the kind of like the opportunity and timing have to work out for people.
Volunteerism's needed everywhere.
Yeah.
So the fact that their volunteerism went somewhere else makes me feel better that it didn't go to waste, that they wanted to be here. And I do think that we should keep a running list of people, especially the last time around when we had to wait an extra month just to fill this seat.
Well, it either happens like Sarah, where you have like one volunteer on 3 boards, or you have like one person who then volunteers for 3 other boards outside, you know?
Is there anything this person might do, like, do we need any extra sets of hands here? Like, do we need volunteerism in the office to do anything? I mean, we sound.
Well, that's what you said about ZBA, but you can't.
Like, I think
apply.
about Covington, how they have like parent volunteers at the front desk and in the front office, and that becomes a good amount of their staff.
I think in 2 months we'll have
I think you might.
But I mean, just considering other opportunities to get involved if we needed help other places.
Did you post for the other ZBA alternate position?
I mean, not.
Or it's open?
Yeah, it's open.
Okay.
I feel very comfortable supporting your choice to appoint Michael. Even though I feel very strongly about Rebecca, I think that it would be a good first choice. Just to knock down any barrier that you might be feeling from my perspective.
Okay, yeah, no, I like Rebecca a lot, and if you want to go ahead and shoot her an email and say, we have an alternate on the ZBA, it's a place to start. Okay, so.
I will say it's not the, she wouldn't be the first one to go from ZBA to planning in that route as well. That's happened to, at least in the last 10 years, there've been several people that were applied to planning, but ended up making a spot, either an alternate or a full-time person on ZBA, and then moved to planning. And then they had that experience to bring to planning as well, which was very valuable to have. So it's, yeah, please stay involved.
Yes, please. Okay, so we have, we ready to take a vote? All right, so, we have a motion on the table to appoint Michael Furston to the Planning Commission. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Do you take a vote?
Is it roll call?
You do roll call.
We can do-
That's what I'm concerned about, who motioned it and who seconded it.
You motioned
I
it.
motioned it.
And who seconded
Yep.
it.
No, we can do roll call.
All right, trustee Angelina Slaka,
No.
trustee Jeff King,
Yes.
trustee Abby Gates,
Yes.
trustee Daniel Ferris,
Yes.
trustee Pam Hansen,
Yes.
president David Goldberg.
Yes. Michael, thank you. Rebecca, thank you. When you watch this, we hope to find a place for you.
Real quick, just want to say, really appreciate your support on this, and I'm really excited to get involved. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
All right, next on the agenda is item C, which is consider a resolution to participate in the Court and Law Enforcement Management Information System, often referred to as CLEMIS. This is a program that we have participated in ongoing, and I think we're just up for a new renewal.
Is it like, this is almost procedural, right?
Yeah.
Is this for police?
Yeah.
This is, so
the
this is a
information.
program, it's it's typically referred to as Clemis, and it is, oh, are you going to present on it?
I'm still here, if, I figured that might
At
be.
first, I
easier.
was like, is this code enforcement or law enforcement?
No, this is police, and there are, it started with Oakland County. There are 400 agencies across the state that participate in this. Originated, it was part of Oakland County itself, and they've become a private entity. But for our purposes, it changes basically nothing. It doesn't change our costs. It doesn't change our services provided. The only thing that I am aware of that changed was the helpline phone number. And other than that, everything is, it's all the same. It's just because it's a private entity, they need official, it's an official agreement. So that's what it changed. Bless you.
I have a question. I was reading through the documents that were provided to us. Would you, if there's a possible to do a 2-sentence answer to this, but I don't understand the relationship between Franklin, Bloomfield Township, White Lake, and this, the scope of the interlocal agreement.
Those were mentioned, and it's more of, they were one of the first agencies to be part of Clemis.
Okay.
And so it's like they got their name on the bill.
Is that what it is?
That's really all it is. And matter of fact, because I wouldn't have known except Chief Lawson talked to me about it beforehand. He's like, just in case they bring it up, that's why they were basically the first 2 communities that started with Oakland County. And so
It's like this.
they get their name on the agreement.
They're all
So
over it. They were in 2
but
big documents.
it really means.
A Michigan body.
If you read
Okay.
the actual document, it does say, and all other member communities.
Yeah, it does. It just was,
Yeah.
They
It's
were
weird that
just-
they got the name, they
I
got
was-
the naming rights.
They did. They got
Yeah.
naming rights is
Okay.
basically what it is, because they were one of the first ones.
Is this, sorry, just want to clarify, is this included in like what we bill Bingham for? The cost of this software? When we do a trip?
That would
It
be
would
part
be
of our
part of
budget.
Okay.
the chief's budget, and
So-
anything that we pay is part of the chief's budget.
Okay.
From the police side,
Yeah, this
so
is
yes.
budgeted. This is in the budget.
Yeah.
Yes, it would be a budget item. So
I just
it would
want to
be
know, like, if we
35%
approve this
cost.
agreement,
Yes.
does it have to go to Bingham to approve it, or does this cover?
To my, I can't answer that.
No.
Sure, but I don't think it does because
No.
they're basically,
Sorry.
we have the agreement with them and
Okay.
then, we provide services to them, to Bingham.
Okay.
but we are equal partners,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
What do you mean with Bingham?
The size of the agency determines
Across all
determines
of
how much you pay.
Right, yeah.
But, so we don't pay as much as Bloomfield Township because they're so much bigger than us.
Right.
But we have equal access, we have equal services that they do.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
So when we pay based on our population, they include the population of Bingham and us?
It's not paid, so what I believe it's the size of the agency, it's not based on the population of the village.
So it's the number of officers?
I believe, but that one I would have to get back to you on, but I believe that it is size of the agency and our technical requirements.
I don't think that there's a
Is
cost.
there's no cost in this agreement?
I think what we're doing here.
There's no, it's the same cost that we were already paying.
Yeah.
I did get,
Costed, just for the public?
Yeah, it's right in here. Here.
Let me see it.
I wrote it
No,
down,
we just-
hold on. I
Just
gotta
hold
find
on,
it.
I got her.
Chief gave it to me.
There we go.
So our cost this year is $12,675.
Okay.
That was already budgeted, that does not change. This has been in the works that they were moving for a year and a half now. It's just official.
Yeah. Have you felt any impact since the move, or on the
No,
service?
like I said, the only thing that I noticed was we got an email that said that there was a new
Okay.
number for a helpline, and that's it. It's the exact same service, nothing changed.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve it.
Any motion?
I'll
Any
second.
All right. Motion by Solaka, second by Hanson. Further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. next item on the agenda is consider, consider a request from several trustees to send back to the planning commission a revision to the village code of ordinances to create temporary sign restriction parity. Some background, if you recall, we had asked the planning commission to consider whether or not the number of temporary signs that are permitted on a property should be changed from its current condition, which is everybody gets 3, and then anybody who has a second, or in some instances, a third additional road frontage, got 1 additional temporary sign for each of those road frontages. We sent that to the planning commission for a recommendation from them on it. Their recommendation was to keep the ordinance as it is. I believe there are some trustees that don't necessarily concur with that, and it's in our purview to not necessarily accept their recommendation. So what we're considering now at the request of several trustees is whether or not we want to make that decision on our own and direct the planning commission to revise the temporary sign ordinance to what I believe is being requested, to make it a minimum, a maximum of 3 on any property regardless of road frontage. Is that the way I should understand?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so let's start with, before we even get to a motion, one of the trustees that are in support of this and are asking for us to reconsider the commission's recommendation, sort of your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I'll open up. So again, at the time that we were sending it, the comments that I made were, I think initially, the question was, how many signs, should we make it no limit on signs? What are other communities doing? Ultimately, the planning commission wanted to come back. One of my concerns outside of just the total number of signs, as I said, I don't really care how many signs we land on. I think if somebody has an issue with 4 signs, they're gonna have an issue with 3 signs. If they have an issue with 3 signs, they're gonna have an issue with 6. So to me, that's not the important thing. For me, it was always kind of creating a similar standard for all properties, in the sense that the way that a lot of these signs for most people is that it's a form of expression. Similarly, there's a lot of litigation around the fact that signs are a form of expression. And so to permit, and I'm not saying that currently, I don't think that there's any legal necessity for a change, but just out of the fact that I don't think somebody should be afforded to express their views on more things just because their property is situated a particular way. And so when Stuart approached, his statement last time was his recommendation would be that we do nothing, but he said the biggest thing, I don't want to put words on your mouth, but yeah, exactly, is that if we were to make a change, that the reason that they landed on 3 with the 4th is to manage the amount of signs. Like, we don't want sign clutter. And so if there were to be a change, it would be, he understood kind of what I was getting at with bringing parity to all properties. So again, for me, this is not a matter of I want to see a bunch of signs out there. I think we just bring it into parity for all properties. And because the initial consideration was 3 is appropriate for managing sign clutter, bring all properties to 3. That way, every resident within Franklin is afforded to express themselves in a similar fashion, 3 statements, political or otherwise. So that's why I particularly wanted to see this come back on the agenda, as I know that we asked for a recommendation. We're recommended to keep it the same. That being said, I think, to me, it's never made sense that, okay, because somebody has additional frontage, they should have additional expression, so.
Anybody else?
I have a comment.
Mm-hmm.
Over the years, we've had several conversations in council about signs, temporary signs, and this is just the latest. I am not planning to support a change. primarily because we referred this matter for the reasons various trustees raised last month or the month before. We referred it to Planning Commission. They did their diligence and studied it, did research, reviewed it. I have never found them to be a body that is less than uber careful, and I am reluctant to, after making that referral and saying, please advise us, not to take their advice. They gave a reason, and the reasons sound fine to me, and I'm also not into changing ordinances just for the heck of changing ordinances, even if it's an expression argument. So I want to just say that, and that I just asked the Planning Commission for their advice, and they gave it to us. So, in which we accepted, and then changed our mind.
Was there a vote of acceptance? I wasn't here, so I just want to know.
No.
Okay, so that's inaccurate or no?
Just for a matter of record, the recommendation came back from the Planning Commission for no change, and then we moved on to the next topic.
Yeah,
It was
that
just a
was the
report from the Planning Commission. There was no decision or action taken by council.
Or no acceptance, okay.
Correct.
I wasn't lying.
I didn't say you were lying.
I'm done.
So, I want to make sure I understand. The motion would be to change the ordinance to make it so we restrict,
Well-
sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
We restrict all properties to 3 signs. That's what our resolution would be tonight.
No, we can't revise an ordinance just ourselves. It still has to go through the
We
process.
would go to planning,
Before we ask them for a recommendation, now we would be giving them a
a
directive.
directive to do this.
Schedule a public hearing, change the ordinance accordingly.
Got it.
And to me, if the ordinance were to change, it would be deleting one line that talks about getting additional signs for each additional road frontage. That line would be deleted from the ordinance, and that would probably be the extent of the change needed. Yeah, please.
Ask a question from a logistics standpoint, because so planning, typically when we have an ordinance that we go through a public hearing, we make a recommendation, we go through the public hearing, village has a chance to chime in, and then we make a recommendation, bring the ordinance to council with a recommendation, and then council can actually, after that, they can open it up. You could change it to 4 at that point, or you could change it to 5 or 6 at that point. So even though we have a public hearing saying we're moving them all to the same number, you actually, as council, could, after it goes back to you, change it to 4, 5, or 6, or 20, or whatever you want. As the previous council that actually passed the ordinance had that opportunity to do. So that's, they had the chance to change the number then when it was submitted as an ordinance. So that's kind of how the process has gone. Accessory buildings was the same way. You could have a certain number of accessory buildings. Council said, we think you should have fewer in the downtown area, or you should have more. So that's always kind of the process. So for those that are trying to understand it. So even though you're sending it to us as a directive, you actually have the power to change it after that, so.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Well, I think, so real quick, just based off of what Stuart said, and this makes sense, and I'm just gonna speak out loud, or I'm gonna think out loud, there we go, is that makes sense, right? Because when you hold a public hearing, just because the planning commission is making a recommendation, if there's public engagement that presents a different position, then it would be represented to council and we ultimately could make the decision. I guess outstanding, because we never took any action, it remains under current state. Where would you all prefer us to provide a directive back to you, or just take an action?
No. So in this case, we've given a recommendation. So in this case, giving us a directive to hold a public hearing to make the change, to basically eliminate that line.
Right.
That's all that needs to be done. Then we would send that, after that, we would have to send it back to council. And at that point, you do a first reading and then second reading and make the change. And at the first reading is when you have the opportunity to read through it and then propose the changes for the second reading before it goes into law.
So the readings are meant to perfect the ordinance?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, because you are the elected officials, like,
Yeah.
we initially write the law or ordinance, and then you are the ones held accountable.
Yeah.
For the ordinance, even though we make a recommendation. So we're to help you in that legislative process. We also are there to slow you down in that legislative process, because you don't want tossy-turn laws, right? So.
That makes sense. Thank you for the clarification.
No problem.
To speak to the issue, I actually live on a corner lot, but I don't think it's fair that I get more of a voice than other people, so I would support the change. Just make it uniform for 3.
I think it just makes more sense to have a uniform.
Okay, I'll make a motion to direct the planning commission to revise the sign ordinance so that each property receives, or is permitted 3 temporary signs.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Evan, let's do a roll call.
Angelina Salato,
Yes.
trustee David Zali,
Yes.
trustee Abby Gates,
Yes.
trustee Jeff King,
Yes.
trustee Pam Hansen,
No.
trustee, or you said Daniel Pierce? No. You.
Yes, for me.
President David Goldberg?
No. Motion carries. All right, so, I guess we'll work through,
We have less than a week now, so.
yeah, you're not gonna be able to get a public hearing scheduled for your August meeting, so. Right, so Evan, and you'll have to work with Evan, or Evan, you'll just have to begin the process of getting that public hearing noticed for the September meeting. Okay. Next item is just a discussion on the village administrator's draft of the committee structure, although we just have the infrastructure committee, correct? Or we have all of them?
Just the infrastructure.
Yeah, just infrastructure.
Did we skip D? Did I miss that?
We moved that,
Yes,
Oh,
so D got
we just did
moved
this.
to the.
yeah, we moved those to the end. We moved all the closed sessions to the end. So, yeah, Rachel, you wanna give us a little background on what you prepared and its impetus and
Yes.
comfortable with it?
So we have multiple council committees. And what we want to do is create a structure for how those committees operate and what they are responsible for overseeing or recommending or looking at. So I drafted this policy. I only sent it to the infrastructure committee members originally and to the council president. I didn't hear anything back, and I feel like it's something that we need buy-in from everybody on, because I've started with the infrastructure committee, and I'm gonna draft these for the other committees as well, but I don't wanna be on the wrong path. So, and spend time drafting all of these policies and to bring them to you and for you to say, I don't agree with any of this. So I thought I would bring it to hear what the infrastructure committee felt about it and the other council members felt about it, because this is gonna affect the committees that you're on too, but obviously in a format that applies to you.
All right, so let's start with Dan and Jeff's and Abby's comments, since that's the infrastructure committee, and
Me and I.
that's Abby, I meant Angelina. I'm looking at you and saying
Yeah.
Abby.
So the reason we didn't, I think I can say, we were just waiting for the next infrastructure committee because we knew you were bogged down and like, I don't want to send you a bunch of red lines. But I was going to respond, thank you so much. I love the framework. What I was thinking would be easier is having one committee policy governance, like, or one committee governance policy, right? Because we all have the same, it should all be that we bring issues the same way to council. We all run our meetings the same way. We all have the same powers, we all have the same authority, we all have the same responsibilities, right? So you have one, like, committee governance policy, and then you have the committee scopes. So that way, if a committee scope changes, you don't have to amend, like, the whole policy. So say we have, like, I don't know, like, a crosswalk project, right? And like, or that's not a good example. So like, say the streetscape committee, right? There was a streetscape committee and then it phased out and then it turned into the infrastructure committee, right? So like that change of scope, you know, that now we do all infrastructure, not just streetscape, wouldn't reckon an entire change to the policy. It would just be like the scope of the committee. So that way each committee can have like their 4 or 5 paragraphs of like, or 4 or 5 sentences of this is the scope of that committee, but you have an overall governance policy of how committees work, how they run, when they meet. And so that way that is like permanent and stays still. And then if like, you know, water comes up or something that we didn't account for and say, you're like, oh, what committee does this really go to? Or we establish a new committee, we could just like add a paragraph of like, council has added this committee and this is its scope. But that this framework is relevant and applicable to all committees. And the scopes of the committees are what changes, not a new policy for every committee, because I think that's a lot of work, to your point, of like writing a new policy for all 4 committees. You just have a governance structure and then the scopes of the committee change.
So that's basically what we have here. So the top half of this document, that's all in bold, that's gonna apply to every single committee the same. So all that will happen there is I change the committee name, and then the areas of review and recommendations are for each of your committees. So that will be different for each one of your committees. So if I change this, whether I take this top half and then just say, this applies to all committees.
Yeah, the top half should be the same for everyone.
It will.
And it needs to be generic.
Yeah.
It should say, you know,
But
the Village of Franklin committees serve as advisors, so it's more generic for all of our committees. No specifics of any committee in the opening paragraph.
And that's-
Opening paragraph would
yeah.
be the same in every single one.
But what would happen then if we add something to the committee, like say we decide, you know, I don't know, Evan can serve as the, you know, minute taker for the committees. Then we have to change 6 policies. Where if you have one committee governance, you only are approving and amending one policy. Do you know what I mean? Because that means every time we change the framework or every time we change the responsibility, all 5 policies would have to be brought back to council and changed. So you, like, that's kind of how it would have to work. Do you know what I mean?
I agree with that. You want a single document that serves as a source of truth, and then that top part would just say incorporate policy.
So to your
Okay,
point,
so
yeah.
I'll combine it all into one. So we'll keep the top part, apply it broadly to all of the committees, and then I'll have like.
Different scopes.
Yes, for each committee, built out just like I do here. It'll just all be in one document. So we won't have one policy for each committee. We'll just have one policy that talks about all of the
Committee
committees.
governance.
Okay. Okay.
But can we still send you red lines to this though? That was what came out. Okay.
Of course.
So now I'll send you red lines.
Okay.
And then, sorry, for the people who are not on the infrastructure committee, do we have this document outside of the packet?
No.
Okay, could we get that? Thank you.
Any more discussion?
Just a couple of comments that I can keep really brief. I think this is a good start. I agree with Angelina that a single policy or a description of a governance structure makes a lot of sense to me. And then each committee has its own scope. I like the idea of committee chairs. That gives you somewhere to go. I also like the idea of making some statements about how the committees, like integration. How does one committee connect up with the other? What's the overlap? And because often a project will be bigger than one, the scope of one committee, so how will that be managed? Should go in your overview statement. Another point might be, what is the relate? I got the message about recommending. Got that very clear. What is the demarcation of a management decision, or not a decision? What's yours and what's the committee's? And how does that work? How does work get to the committee? How does the committee, what are the committee's work products that get back to you? And how is that resolved? Would be another question I would have. And finally, I think it's important to address the issue of support, resources. As I scan through the list of areas of review and recommendations for this infrastructure committee, it's pretty broad. Many of those items might require some research, some subject matter expertise in order to develop a recommendation. How will the committee get that? Is there a budget to support somebody? Is that going to be you, Evan? And it goes back to the question of how will you as the management team work with this this board team, this trustee team? So those are, in a nutshell, those would be my comments.
Okay.
And then I just have one small comment, and I don't know if we can incorporate it or how we'll adjust for it. I do think one of the things we should do as a committee is each committee should have a standing meeting. And then they can make a decision that they don't have enough on the agenda and then cancel it. But I think having a starting place of meet forces them to make the conscious decision of, we have nothing pressing to go over. I think too often it's easy to just, when nothing's scheduled, for nothing to get scheduled. So.
And there is a small item of Open Meetings Act, which means that, these meetings will have to be posted.
I thought it was if there's not quorum.
Is that the?
As long as you don't have quorum. and
Okay,
it's
that's the only
advised and
criteria?
As long as there's no decision-making.
Okay.
Empowered with those.
Okay,
three,
okay.
it's less than quorum.
Fair enough.
It's an advisory committee.
The other issue that's come up in discussion a lot in this body is meeting notes or minutes, a record of the meetings. We should have a position on that, and then we should be ready to follow through on it.
So David, are you saying what each of our committees, like the legal committee does, should have a set day, time, where that's when they would meet, and if they have enough to discuss, then they meet, and if they don't, then they
Correct.
postpone?
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with that, because I know that, like, Rachel and Evan spend a lot of time coordinating schedules. I mean, the infrastructure committee kind of like ad hoc does that. We usually have our meetings Fridays, but we haven't, like permanently said that, but we just found out that like our schedules better allow on Fridays. But I support that because I think scheduling time takes away from the priorities that the staff has. And I'd also further that say every meeting should have be remotely accessible, just in case last minute someone isn't available to come, or someone gets tied up with their other job, or someone takes a last minute trip, that the meeting doesn't get canceled, right? Because there's like a Zoom link or a Teams, and one person doesn't stop the show, because sometimes like if I come to a meeting, like you won't know why someone's not there. And if there's a Teams link and that person's stuck in traffic, they could at least, be at the first 30 minutes, or if something unexpected happens, they can at least listen in, and if it's not, required, you know, that they be in person, 'cause it's not an OMA meeting, like, you can always have that person still be part of the discussion without being physically present.
Okay. All right, well, this was all very helpful. This is exactly what I was looking for, so I can build this in a way that will make sense to everybody, and we won't have to discuss it 6 times.
Okay.
So we don't need to take a vote or anything,
No, not really. We'll just wait for Rachel's, revised document.
right? Wait, but should she revise it, or should she send the word that she already has?
Well, yeah, go ahead and send, you were gonna make changes to the beginning part anyways,
Well,
or do you wanna wait for our comments back
I
first?
feel like, wait.
All right, so then send us the document.
yeah, Councilperson Sally asked that I send it to everybody, so I'll
Right.
send it to everybody. And if you think of anything additional, just send
Okay.
it, send your notes to me.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
And then we will revise and have one thing to come back and look at.
Yep.
Okay. Next item, F, consider approval of village employee salary increases. Rachel, you wanna take the lead on this?
Yes.
I know this was discussed during the budget season.
It was. So, this is 2 separate agenda items. G, we'll start with G since that comes first. This one is for the clerk, who is also now the Main Street Director and our Economic Development Associate. So, Evan was hired solely to be the clerk for the council of the Village of Franklin. And since accepting that position, additional duties have been layered on to his daily responsibilities. So because of those additional duties and the additional time he spends handling all of this work, he is now part of the Main Street team. He will be attending the Main Street parties, as they were described earlier. And this is time spent out of his personal time that was not accounted for when he was originally hired. For these reasons, I believe that he should be paid for that time. And I have recommended a salary increase of $6,500. He's currently at $72,500, and that would put him at $72,900.
Wait, other way.
I mean,
He's 72.5 to 70.
You get $400. Taxable.
maybe I need a coffee.
That's gas, yeah.
Right, so it would put him at 70.
A coffee a day.
So in the packet, I laid out all of his job responsibilities, and I broke them apart into the different portions of his current job. So I broke it apart between his clerk position, his Main Street position, his economic development position. Main Street and economic development do go hand in hand, but I do have him looking into incentives and things like that. So when people come to ask questions like this, he will be able to handle those questions, and not everybody will be waiting for me to respond to them. So it will be helpful to have a person that can address economic development related issues outside of specific Main Street issues.
I have a process question. Did this go to the HR committee?
It did.
Okay.
We met about it on Monday. Last Monday? Last Monday.
I don't know. I wasn't.
Sorry, today's Monday.
Today is Monday. We met last week.
On Monday.
It wasn't this Monday.
Recently on a Monday. Yeah, a week ago.
What was your recommendation?
We were in support of it.
Was it 3-0? Sorry. Logistically, was it 3-0? Because the way that I like to do the committees is like, if it was unanimous, understanding that. If it was 2-1, understanding both opinions.
It was 2-0, one member was
Okay.
absent.
so unanimous for, but yes, yes.
2 is unanimous.
I have another question. There was a resident that was discussing with me the need for community planning. And I did some research, the difference between an economic development director and a community planner. And I almost think we should maybe look at the difference, and that, and I'm probably sure like Evan's already doing community planning, but like there was nuanced about like an economic development director is more like marketing and recruitment and attraction, where community planner is like doing all of that, but also like once the businesses get filled, like how do we sustain it, you know, and like what's our long-term goal? Like, do we need water downtown? Do we need, how is our tax rate and implicate, or how are the tax implications impacting the future sustainability of our village? And I think like with all the work that like Evan's doing, like I think that you're already like focused on the community as opposed to like, outward facing. I think that's like a really good thing, and it was just brought to my attention that there is a difference. And
I am not aware of this difference. I have never heard of a community planner before. I've heard
Oh,
of
really?
the planning division.
Okay,
but
I'll
not
send
a
you.
community planner.
Yeah.
So in my mind, that is what economic development does.
Yeah, okay.
And a lot of that is actually falls within Main Street.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was thinking, like, we can talk about it later. I almost think we're like calling you an economic development director, but you're more of a community planner, and the Main Street's doing more economic development. But it was just interesting, so I'll send you like what I researched. But I think I want to say like to Evans, I've seen you engage the community, think long-term about what we need, and incorporate a lot of different functional areas into your work. And so I think you're doing a lot of that community planning already. So I support this, is what I wanted to say.
I mean, the other thing is, it's noted here, but, the responsibilities that Evan is taking on also save us money. And the fact we don't have to look for additional, either part-time or a full-time position. So I know, obviously, there's concerns about budget and spending. It's a percentage-wise, maybe larger, but I think it represents, a very reasonable ask, and so I felt good about it, especially given the increased scope that he's already taken on and compensating for work that's being done today.
Okay. So anybody want to make a motion to resolve the increase in salary for the village clerk?
I'll move to approve the recommendation to increase the salary.
No, hold on.
Oops, sorry, we've got a
No.
resolution.
Well, go ahead, make the motion, then, go ahead, make the motion.
Well, I'm
then.
trying to find the resolution.
You don't have to read it, you just have to reference it.
I'm gonna,
Oh, you can read it if you want. Feel free.
okay. Whereas the responsibilities and scope of the village clerk position have significantly expanded following the addition of the economic development director position, and whereas the village clerk has assumed additional responsibilities related to Main Street, economic development, business recruitment and retention, community events, grants, fundraising, sponsorships, and business and community engagement. And whereas the village council recognizes the increased scope, complexity, responsibility, and independent judgment required of the position. And whereas the council finds that an adjustment to the village clerk's annual salary is appropriate and in the best interest of the village. Now therefore be it resolved that the village council of the village of Franklin, Oakland County, Michigan hereby approves an increase in the annual salary of the village clerk from $72,500 to $79,000 annually, effective immediately. Be it further resolved that the village administrator and appropriate village officials are authorized and directed to implement the adjustment.
Second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Hanson, second by Solly. Further discussion? Can we just do a regular vote on this?
I think you need to read the public comment.
No, why?
I was going to do both. We've received a letter from Natalia Schub. She has recommended that we not take action until some more information was made available. She does not seem to support the amount of the increases, and this document will be with Evan and part of the public record.
We did recommend during our people committee meeting that in addition to increasing salary amounts, I mean, aside from there being a broader set of duties for Evan, that there be some sort of institution of performance, a cadence of performance discussions and metrics to determine whether he was meeting the success metrics for his role. I mean, that would be something we recommended for both of these roles, but certainly for this one, so. I don't know if that satisfies Natalia's concerns in its entirety, but our recommendation was tighter policy and process around how we consider compensation decisions moving forward.
Okay, it's fair.
I'd like to make a comment. Sorry, I was gonna ask too. That doesn't,
Is that what you did? Go ahead.
oh, I just want to make sure it doesn't preclude him from his annual performance review come October.
No.
Okay.
The discussion or an additional compensation increase?
I don't know, whatever the HR committee, I mean, because like, it says salary increase, but it's almost like an expansion of duties increase, right? Where a salary increase would come at his year. Or you know what I mean? I just don't want.
You get what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's a technical adjustment based
Yeah.
on increased responsibilities, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a review.
I mean, I defer to the HR committee, but I just don't want him to be precluded from, or how he would be.
Talk about that? We didn't talk about it.
Okay,
Yeah.
in your, yeah,
We didn't.
in your expertise, I just want to make sure that.
I mean, normally what happens is, and again, this is private, not public sorts of roles, but if you're offered an increase, especially an increase that's, what, like 10% higher than what you're making today, understanding it's a sort of promotion of sorts, but this would take the place of his October performance review, because it's a reflection of performance.
Okay.
It's an expansion of duties. It's also August. No, sorry, Evan, I don't know if I'm yucking your yum here, but like that would, like this back half of the year, it would take the place of that discussion.
Okay, so he'd be on kind of like a new performance plan going forward.
Yeah, but like the performance discussion should happen. But
Yeah, the
normally what
performance
happens
discussion
is.
has to happen.
But
Whether
that's a
there's
very good
compensation
point,
associated
yeah.
with it as a completely separate item, the review should still remain.
I don't think, yeah.
We've increased his salary because we've increased his duties. We haven't done a review of his performance right now.
I'm not disagreeing, I'm just saying,
That's normally how the best
yeah, to the
practice
HR
goes.
committee, like just,
I did not present this with the intention of providing him with another raise during his
Yeah.
review period.
But we would have a
We would
discussion.
still do
of
the
his,
review.
yeah, performance. And then this would kick off, I mean, like you said, now he has new
Right.
responsibilities and he has new duties, and so the next time he's up for a review, he
Right.
would be appraised on that new set of responsibilities.
Sorry. I'm not, there's tension here I don't understand.
I'm not being
No, not
tenscious
you,
about
not
it.
you. I just,
I
I
don't
want to
think we're being
understand.
contentious, yeah.
Whatever, it's my opinion, I disagree that just because.
I'm
we
not taking
gave
a
him
position, though.
An increase in his pay because we increased his duties, that he is categorically not afforded the opportunity to also get a raise in October if we believe that his job performance warranted it.
Sure, but what we also talked about, in addition to having consistent performance discussions, is that on an annual basis, we would allocate an allocation of dollars to say, you know, for the year, what would we project is a budgeted amount for salaried increases? And then that would be applied, I mean, theoretically, at any point in the year. Typically, it is a reflection of performance, which I would argue in this case, this is partly that, because if Evan were not capable of performing his role, we would not have added additional duties on top of it.
Right.
If he couldn't satisfy both of those things at the same time. But what would typically happen is that moving forward, we establish a process where at some point in the year, we revisit salaries based on either anniversary date, so overall tenure, or we determine at some point in the year or when compensation decisions are made on behalf of the organization. But you would determine whatever that cadence would make sense for the organization to be. But in this case, because we're offering a 10% increase, which is, again, on some level also performance related, it would typically take the place of what would be offered, especially now that we're talking 2 months from now in October. I'm just saying that's typically what would happen. It is not a reflection of Evan's duties, capabilities, his performance, but it's a measure of process and consistency.
Was that the understanding that you had, Rachel?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's all I was saying, was let's just have the same understanding.
I have a comment. Can I just make a comment about this? So it's pretty unusual to combine a clerk, village clerk, which is a career track, with Main Street. And to the point that the HR committee recognized, it's because Evan's an outstanding employee that we even considered this. Someday Evan's going to leave, and I wonder what discussion. Okay, then never mind. My points being, I was wondering what the point of view of the HR committee is on, you know, where does this go? You know, back when we lost the staff, we lost an economic development director. It was kind of a patch. It was a way to keep a commitment to Main Street in place. And we were lucky enough to have an employee who could do both jobs. You've made the point that this increase became necessary to acknowledge the increasing and evolving responsibilities, which I support. I expect that will only increase, that it could increase further.
The salary?
No, the responsibilities, Main Street responsibilities could become more, could broaden, could become more complex. He's developing expertise. I think my point is that this is because of Evan, but I don't think it's a staffing model.
It's not. We are able to do this because of who we have in this position.
So
should Evan leave, this is all going to have to be
You are prepared
revisited
to blow
because this
this up
is
and
not
rethink this.
a position
Okay.
that,
Well,
it's not a skill set.
We're not gonna blow up anything in Franklin anymore.
It's not a skill set that you would typically find out there in the government sector.
Yeah, this is an extremely unusual
So-
situation.
Yep, there's also not that many communities out there that have 4 employees.
Right, and this is a necessity for us because we need to have this work done.
Yeah.
And we can't hire a clerk and a Main Street director and an economic development director. That's not gonna, we can't afford that. Plus, there's not enough work for each one of those people to work full-time or in some cases, probably even part-time. So what I need is somebody that is skilled enough and with an open enough mind to be able to say, okay, these are the things that need to be done. I'm gonna learn whatever it is that I need to learn to do this, and I can handle all of these duties because this is what I want to do.
So I'm taking from your comments, and I am sort of curious if there is any discussion from the People Committee on this. So you'll be observing how this responsibilities evolve, and will come back and recommend changes if it becomes necessary.
Oh, absolutely.
Based on the environment and what happens
On the
with
level
these-
of work and on the amount of time he's spending on one duty versus another.
Okay.
This doesn't exist anywhere else.
I know.
We've made this up, but we need to because it's a function that we need to solve here. We need somebody to do this work. So far, things have been working out great, and he has been doing it without an increase in pay for a few months now, and things are going well. I don't perceive that there will be a huge change in that within,
Okay.
the near future.
Okay, thank you for that.
Anything else?
Yeah. So I just wanted to pull back the conversation to where we were talking about performance reviews, whether or not this impacts future raises within the performance period. And I just wanted to note, it's an incredibly good conversation. But to me, it highlights the necessity of expansion of our policies. Like, we should have a policy around this so that we don't wait for the discussion on a particular employee to have it, right? It becomes very difficult for us to iterate the right way and to make positive improvements when we don't have a foundation, because we're gonna end up with a lot of different opinions with nothing written down. And it was kind of witnessed here, right? Where it's kind of like, well, in my opinion, this shouldn't impact a future, well, in my opinion, it's this. And it's like, if we had a policy, we're all working off the same document with the same expectation, and we can have more targeted conversations for how we should operate moving forward. And I know that our current staff is doing a tremendous job at the policy, but that in bringing policies to the committee, or sorry, to the council. But at the same time, we have an onus on us to also look for opportunities for policies to come in place. And I think this was a good demonstration of, we don't need to have these discussions at the table. Like, there should be structure that's already in place so that, one, it doesn't put any employee into the awkward position of this discussion, but equally true, that we have consistency for the village despite who's sitting up here at council.
The only small note I would make, it's more process rather than policy.
For sure.
Because we're talking about
I agree.
at what point something might happen, and it's not really a policy directive more than how are we establishing a cadence that we can justify, that we can adhere to, and that becomes something we get in the habit of doing it all. So in the same vein that we might have something like a compliance calendar where we're talking, annual, quarterly, or monthly obligations from a policy standpoint, it might be worth considering what's our process standpoint across any of the people landscape things. We would know, for instance, that typically September, October timeframe would be the open enrollment timeframe. So that would be like that process calendar. We might know that the start of the year in January, or however we want to time it against the budget year, would be like our process for performance conversations. We would know that perhaps the compensation cycle takes place at a one or potentially both of those, depending on how we set it up. So it just becomes a calendar that we follow of processes rather than an ad hoc.
It should be codified, I
It
think.
should be, yeah, it absolutely should be.
Yeah, I agree with that.
To be fair, like most organizations do not have this, so this is not a knock on the Village of Franklin. This is something a lot of companies struggle with, and we are a very small organization, so it is what you want to aim for. Most companies, aspire to get there, and on some level might miss in lots of those categories. Progress now.
Have a motion in a second.
You do?
Yep.
We do.
We do.
Further discussions? All right. I'm just going to do a regular call vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Congrats on it.
You're welcome. Thank
Dinner's
you.
on you.
Oops, sorry.
We have
So-
one more.
Yep. So now we have, consider a salary increase for the building clerk, treasury clerk. It's consideration to increase her hourly wage from $24.81 an hour to $28.84 an hour, which would result in an average work week increase of $8,401.60 a year.
Right. So when our building clerk was hired, well, I wasn't here when our building clerk was hired. I cannot find a job description for her, or even a current contract for her. So I have created this job description based on what she's been doing since the loss of all of the staff. She took on a lot of duties that a building clerk would not normally take on. And the decision was made to give her those duties because there was not another person here to handle them. She has been handling them wonderfully, and she has not been compensated for that, nor has she ever once complained or asked for additional compensation. But her institutional knowledge and her ability to handle these duties as well as she does is incredibly valuable to this village. again, this is a position that doesn't exist anywhere else. I have never seen a building clerk / treasury clerk position. She's handling accounts payable, purchasing, general administrative responsibilities. She answers the telephones. She has done many things to help improve customer service. She brings recommendations to me all the time about things that we could do better. Combining these two positions for the village saves the village a lot of money. And it is really important to allow this to happen because it helps us to create this separation of duties, separation of responsibilities, where one person is putting invoices into the system and another person is paying those invoices. Most communities have a treasurer and an accounts payable person. We don't have enough work to bring on an accounts payable person. So it makes sense to create this combined position and continue to run things the way that we've been running them. Jenna's been a huge benefit to us, and quite honestly, I don't know who else I would give a duty like that to. That it doesn't belong in Evan's hands. Evan has enough work to do. I have a lot of work to do. Plus, I'm the person that signs the checks, so I should not be putting the invoices into the system. So we do need to have this work covered by somebody, and that person should be paid for the extra duties that they're handling.
Sorry, is she an hourly employee or a salaried employee?
She is an hourly employee.
So she doesn't get benefits?
No, I think she gets benefits, yeah.
So she's a salaried employee?
Well,
You can be hourly full-time and get benefits.
Okay. Okay, so is that a distinction between the status that Evan's in?
Evan is a salaried employee.
Salaried, and
So-
she's I just didn't know there is a distinction.
There is. So really
Okay.
the difference is exempt and non-exempt.
Okay.
So Evan would not be paid overtime, but Jenna would be paid overtime if she were to stay after hours to, I don't know.
Yeah, so this is the wage without full compensation. Like she's getting this wage plus she gets benefits.
Right.
Okay, that's just what I needed to know. And then, the only comment I have, and I don't know if this went to HR or not, but I've been in a job before where you're reporting to two people and it's really hard. So I'm not sure if she's reporting to one person for one of her roles and another person for another, or if that can be clarified of who she's reporting to, because I just don't want, the lack of clarity to contribute to any sort of confusion. Because it says she reports to both you and the treasurer,
Right.
and that's, I don't know.
The
your
reason for
expertise
that is because on the accounts payable side, she works closely with the treasurer on those functions. But on the building side, she works more closely with me. So it's a combined role that doesn't exist anywhere else. So
Could it not be?
no, because the treasurer won't know how to respond to the building issues that Jenna deals with. And I might not know how to respond to the treasury issues that Jenna deals with. That's why she would report to both of us for those two separate functions.
Is it clear to her which function she reports to who on? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And to just my general comments, I think that, and I did some research on this, combining positions and having people wear multiple hats in a small office is common. So like, it might not be that the positions you put together are common, but having someone serve different roles, because then there's like a backup, like she's, a treasury clerk, so if we have a vacancy in the treasury department, like things don't just fall. Having that pipeline and building that pipeline when you have a small office and having people wear multiple hats is pretty common, so I feel like you're doing an innovative cost savings approach, and I commend you for it.
Thank you.
Would you refresh us on her salary history when we, when we were without the staff, we gave a stipend.
Yep.
To everybody because of increased responsibilities. Jenna, I don't remember Evan, the chief, he was paid extra to assume the responsibilities of the.
Evan wasn't here. It was
Evan
Jenna.
was not
It was
here.
Jenna,
Heather.
Evan, and
Heather.
Heather. So my question is,
Stephanie.
is the current wage her wage prior to the additional check, or is it after?
The current wage does not reflect the $5,000 stipend. I don't consider that salary
I'm
or
just-
hourly wage.
I'm
It was a
asking because
separate
it's
check.
happened.
It was a one-time separate
Oh,
check
okay.
that she received for those few
Okay,
months.
so her base was 51,
That's the current annualized wage.
that her base,
Yes, she
And that-
currently makes 51.6.
okay, so that does not reflect the extra check that we gave her to?
No.
Okay, thank you, that was my question.
My question is, why are we choosing, I mean, we're even talking about her annualized as if it's a salary. So why are we choosing to do per hour rather than a salary?
That is something that we can change, and I did put some thought into it. I figured it would come up in this meeting.
Yeah.
I would prefer to make her a salaried employee, but she was already hourly, and I wasn't a part of how that was built. It doesn't make any difference to us either way, and I can't think of any time when
Wait,
she,
it might, I mean, there's a classification exercise you would need to use to determine whether she's exempt or non-exempt based on her duties, and I'll defer to Nancy on this, because I feel like you've probably got some thoughts here, but yeah, it would be determined not on our preference, but the role we're asking her to do, and whether it meets the bar for exemption, or if she'd have to remain as a non-exempt employee.
okay.
Yeah.
So can we visit that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we separate that. My suggestion is that we take a vote on this, and then we can have a separate, I guess I'll make a motion separate outside of that to have you and the people committee have a discussion about moving her to salary.
Yeah. One of the things I was going to ask is, she is getting an increase, and because we've increased her level of responsibility, if that would be reflected in her job title. I know we're kind of straddling two very distinct things, but something like that could kick her into a higher level of responsibility, which might at some point hit the classification bar for exemption. So something like that might be a consideration if we're starting to see more complex or more senior duties.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's definitely worth considering too.
Okay.
Again, I'm not gonna play attorney in a room full of attorneys, so looking at you, Nancy. Do your thing.
So the description that you gave us is a description of what she's doing now?
Yes.
Is that correct?
She handles all of these duties now. and
Okay,
has
so
done
that's-
since I've been here.
Okay, so there's, okay.
This is like codifying what's currently happening effectively.
Yeah, the contrast I was looking for is is there a stretch in here someplace for what you plan to, with additional training, have her do, but that's not it. It's really documenting what she's doing right now.
Right.
Okay.
It may be that we don't have job descriptions for other employees. So if you couldn't find one for Gemma, I don't know if we have one for our others, but like just our other contractors or consultants, what they do. It might be worth putting that.
That is gonna
in
be a
writing.
whole nother conversation I will bring forward, but we do have, electrical, mechanical, and plumbing contractors that we use. And we'll visit how we contract with them and their pay rates and things like that, but I'm not prepared to discuss that.
Yeah, I just, like when you find one gap, it's probably that there's more gaps, so.
Well, luckily, there's not all that many of us, so.
Yeah, I'm just
That
talking
pretty
like.
much covers everyone.
The code enforcement officer, the building clerk, you know what I mean?
Is there any planned overtime for this role? Does she ever work overtime? Is that something we budgeted for, or that
There is
over
a
the last years?
small overtime amount in the budget, but it's negligible, and she has, since I've been here, she has not put in for overtime.
Now, that would be a policy to
Yeah.
consider, which is an approval policy for working any overtime that would require your sign off, but if it's nominal.
Yeah, that's another point, so I wanted to bring it up when Evan, even though salaried government employees aren't often granted overtime, usually you can give comp hours. So I know that you said he uses his personal time, but, and this might have to go with the HR committee, but like, you could say, okay, you worked 4 hours after 5 PM. You can use that 4 hours towards something else.
On my to-do list is a reconstruction of our personnel manual.
Okay.
And we'll cover things like that in
yeah.
that manual.
Because you don't want, even though you can't give money, banking hours is beneficial.
Okay.
I'll make a resolution or a motion to approve the resolution as noted, or as presented.
As presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Okay. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Our last item before considering our closed sessions. So, Rachel identified an ordinance that we have that deals with non-conforming lots. In that ordinance, it restricts, it puts limitations on the ability of a homeowner who has a legally non-conforming lot that is adjacent to a lot that it already owns from trying to have the legally non-conforming lot be developable or usable. So there weren't that many properties in the village that fell into this category. Rachel was only able to identify these 5 right here. One of these homeowners had in the past tried to develop his property and was denied that ability by the ZBA, and subsequently is in the process of building a house in another community because he couldn't build a house on the lot he owns next to his lot. The ordinance itself is a little weird in the way it's set up, and we are asking that the planning commission revisit it to determine, one, whether the ordinance is necessary in the first instance, and then there's probably a small piece in it that would need to be reviewed by the village attorney, because there's a provision in the ordinance itself that says that the zoning board of appeals cannot grant a variance to it, which to me seems, I don't know, I defer to you to tell us whether that's something that we can, by ordinance, deny somebody an appellate right.
Yeah, that specifically is my biggest issue with this ordinance, is if a developer or anybody wanted to develop a lot and was denied the ability to develop a lot, they would typically have to exhaust all their remedies at the municipality first. Once that's done, if they still can't develop their lot, they can appeal to the circuit court. Because we do not allow the zoning board of appeals to grant a variance for this contiguous non-conforming issue, the applicant cannot exhaust all of their remedies at the municipality, which then stops them from being able to go to the circuit court. So it would not make sense for us to disallow, specifically for these contiguous common ownership lots, that a person could or could not go to the zoning board of appeals. At that point, they're basically, their rights to that land have basically been taken by us. So we would allow a variance for somebody that wanted to build 2 feet into a required setback. Well, I shouldn't say we would allow a variance. We would allow the zoning board of appeals to hear a case from somebody that wanted to build 2 feet into their setback, or, you know, wanted,
In addition to a garage or something.
right, or a roof height that's taller than what our ordinance allows for building height.
What-
All of those types of things would go to the zoning board of appeals. And this one issue just cannot, and it can't because of an ordinance that this community created.
So one of the issues is, every one of these lots are platted lots. The plats that created them far exceeded any of our ordinances even.
Right.
So you have a platted lot that somebody owns. We have a zoning district in which it's in, which sets the minimum size for a lot. These lots are smaller than that minimum size, which makes them non-conforming and non-buildable. Typically, somebody in that instance would have the right to go to the zoning board of appeals to seek a variance on their lot size. Our ordinance doesn't even let them go to seek that redress. That in and of itself seems not fair. The owner of the property should have the ability to make an argument to the zoning board of appeals that they didn't create the hardship, that their lot is non-conforming because it's in a zoning district that was created after the lot was created, and they should have the right to ask the zoning board of appeals for a variance on the size of their lot. If they got a variance on their lot size, they would still have to satisfy all of the setback requirements and all the other requirements of a piece of property that's being built on. They would just not be denied the initial instance of even coming to the party because their lot was too small when it was already too small before we created the ordinance that made it too small. It was an already established size. They didn't do a lot split, they didn't do a land division that created this, and this is a leftover. This is a platted lot in a subdivision from the 1920s, and somewhere along the way, we said a minimum lot has to be bigger than that. And now they're stuck with a piece of land they can't use, and we have an ordinance that says they can't even appeal it.
Well, they can use it. They just can't split it and build another house on it.
Correct.
No, that's not the issue.
It's a separate
So,
parcel.
so for example, my property is one of these properties. I'm in the estate section of the village. Because I have a property that's smaller than what an estate lot is allotted, when I bought my house, I bought it as a lot. We kept the house and bought the lot. And because if we were to tear the house down, we actually would have had a postage stamp of a house, because in order to meet the setbacks and requirements, we would have had we wouldn't be able to have the house that we have today. And so because we were able to keep the structure that we had, that was already non-conforming, then there was no change needed. There was nothing, we could expand what we had, the initial footprint, because we were able to, because it was an existing home. But if we were to tear the house down, we wouldn't be able to build a house of the same dimension today, because it was non-conforming. And there's no way of changing that because of the ordinance.
So
There's
is
there's no real
Like
appeal.
a two-part ask.
So there's two different scenarios.
Okay.
I think we're talking about here. We're talking about being able to split your property. We have two parcels, and then you also have the situation where you're in an area, non-conforming in an area that, like, we're on the border of that area. If they just moved us over one section, one house over, one lot over, then we would be able to rebuild on that house. But that would be a whole different process, and it would have to be, we'd have to change our village maps of zoning and everything. So to make that work for us, at least. But for some people, they can't, because they're smack dab in the middle, but the plot existed before we reassigned these zones.
Did this go to zone, or go to
We're
planning?
just gonna send it.
You're sending it to us, yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if planning's ever talked about it.
We've not, because it doesn't come up a lot. It does come up sometimes, but this is, I think, this is part of the cleanup we
Yeah, I
have
just
to
think
continually do.
this was created in 1990-something, back when the Land Division Act was being amended and a lot of things were being done on properties to accommodate for that. We're now 30 years removed from that. I just think it would be fair to have the Planning Commission take a look at this ordinance, have Chris Duzen take a look at it, have Nancy's firm take a look at it, determine whether or not it's copacetic, and if it's not, then we should consider addressing it.
And this is not focused on splitting lots.
No.
This only applies to
Existing
existing non-conforming
platted.
lots.
Oh, yeah.
So these existing non-conforming lots do not meet the square footage requirement to be able to build upon in that zoning district. And in some cases, they're only a couple thousand square feet short.
Correct, and our
I mean-
ordinance made them combine the two into one for no reason whatsoever other than they're adjacent to each other.
Well, and they're not combined. They are separate standalone
Yeah,
lots.
there are scenarios though where if you were to split them, you also be splitting a wetland, because some of the things that some of the plots also are divided, are divided based on wetland situations as well. So you really couldn't build on some of those two other plots, but in some cases you can. So
You can't build on it because you can't meet the setback requirements, it's got access issues, it's got depth issues, it's got wetland issues. Those are all issues that an owner has to deal with in and out of its own.
Yeah.
We're not even letting them come to the party because we're calling their lot non-conforming right from the get-go and combining it with their existing one and saying it's not a parcel, when it really is.
So for example, one of these lots is 1.48 acres. That should be big enough to build a house on. But we don't let people build houses on this lot because one house, we are not letting this lot be developed for one residential home because it's,
The minimum lot size is bigger than that.
yes.
Yeah, so to me, I want to make this as simple as possible for everybody's processing because it seems like a bit of a ludicrous result, which is, and again, anybody correct me if I'm not comprehending this correctly. We as a village have determined that the way that we handle variances is through our zoning board of appeals for every matter, except for one. And this is the one. And so what we're talking about is not any policy change outside of the fact that when somebody wants redress, that the place that they go for it is the zoning board of appeals. And this just brings everything into alignment. So for me, that's my feedback to the planning commission. It seems pretty straightforward.
It's about equity, again, like.
Well, and so what you would do is just delete that phrase that makes it unappealable.
It would just go to the zoning board of appeals.
Yeah,
In the
yeah.
ordinance,
Everything
it
else.
says the zoning board of appeals shall not grant a variance to the requirements of this, right? That's the.
yeah, that would be a line item that we have to change. We'd have to change to fix that, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, there was no recourse for us, so it was just,
Right.
which we liked the house, so.
So it's a process question. If you have to have a public hearing on this?
We will, but we have to, it's gonna take us a month or two just to get through all of the processes of I know that this is very straightforward, removing a single line, but we wanna make sure that we don't have any unintended side effects of this as well, and so.
Public hearing would only be scheduled if in fact you determine that an ordinance change is needed.
Right.
And that would be a recommendation from you back to us and then a directive to you guys to amend the ordinance.
Yes. Yeah, so
just
let
glad we need to look
me,
at it right now.
let's clarify that, then make sure that I'm understanding. Is the ask that we research this out and then come back to you
Yes.
to recommend an ordinance
Yes.
change? Okay, then yes.
As well as whether or not that sentence is legal.
Okay,
Do we need, I guess the only question is, do we need the county?
We need Nancy's insight on that one sentence, on whether you can, by ordinance, deny someone the right to seek a variance.
I will get you an answer there. The answer to that question is depending on what kind of variance. Is it a use variance?
Not a use variance, it's a size variance.
Then typically that answer is gonna be no, and I'll verify that, and get you the things, I don't wanna just like
That's what I thought.
misread.
Okay, awesome.
And just for clarity on that, for Nancy, under the current ordinance, are we the appeals board? Do they come to us for appeals, or is it just, because those are kind of two separate things. If they're still afforded an opportunity to appeal, we just moved that authority from the zoning board of appeals and reserved it for council. That's separate, then they're not afforded,
recourse,
yeah, the recourse at all.
He sold his house and kept the lot.
So, yeah, if you wouldn't mind sending your expert legal advice to Chris Susan and myself when you also CC council, that would be great.
I will let you know that I am limited in my scope.
Okay.
Give it to the council, and if they would like to.
Okay.
Sure, they certainly can, but I report.
That's fine.
to them. So unless they direct me to do so, I can't do that. It's
I gotcha.
Thank you.
a privilege.
Yeah, so the planning liaison.
Yep.
Yep, perfect.
Good. Do we need a motion to do that? To refer this to planning?
Probably do.
We're not motioning for planning, we're motioning for the legal.
Yeah.
Or.
I mean, I think we should say, we can say,
Direct the firm to-
yeah, I'll have a motion to direct the Kelly firm to provide a legal opinion on the non-conforming ordinance 1264.02.
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so that completes our agenda items.
Oh, real quick.
Oh, yep.
I'd like to make a motion to refer to the people committee, as well as Rachel, to explore whether the building clerk, treasury clerk / treasury clerk, to determine whether they should remain classified as hourly or salaried.
I'll second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, that's a great one. Let's figure that out. Okay, so now we're circling back to, what is now item H. And this is to consider going into closed session to receive a legal opinion on an appeal request for a tree replacement at 26741 Crestwood.
Why is this going to closed session?
It's a legal opinion. Attorney-client privilege.
Yeah, I mean, this could become a lawsuit if this individual doesn't like the answer that we give them. He could sue, or he or she, I should say.
I'll second. Do we have to make the motion that when we come out of closed session, we are going to make a motion? Yes. Okay, so should we amend the motion?
But that's if you're going to do that, you may not do that. So you-
But shouldn't we just make the motion just in case we do decide to make a motion?
No, I don't think that's
One
part
of
of the
the
motion.
decisions you guys are making relates to a project that this gentleman is working on regarding the tree thing, whatever it is. So he is actually waiting for it.
Right, so the decision would not be made in closed session, we would just
Right.
review the opinion and talk about it, and then
And
the
then-
actual decision would be made in open.
So that's what I mean. So we have to make the motion to go to a closed session. And after that closed session, we'll
The
make.
discussion is
a
only
decision.
regarding the legality.
Legal opinion, that's it, yeah, no deliberation.
Any deliberation needs to go. Okay.
Correct.
So I'll make a motion then. Or was it already made in second, right?
So are we gonna come out of closed session and take action on
Yeah.
this gentleman's property?
Yeah.
If that is the,
Well, we could.
I think we should.
Yeah.
if that's the will of the council, I believe
Yeah.
that, from the reading, I believe he wants to speak and present the case of the resident.
He would when we consider it. We want your opinion on the matter, and then we'll, so he should probably.
Can we do it vice versa? Or no, does that make sense?
You could. There's
Could.
there's no rules. We can hear what he has to
We
say.
could do that. You know what, why don't you do that, because we have no background on this. Why don't you, if this is your home, and it's a beautiful home.
That's what I'm thinking, then we.
Yeah, why don't you fill us in on what's going on, and
Then we have
why you were denied, what you're trying to do, and how we can help you?
Sounds good. Sean Gardella, Sean Gardella and Associates, general contractor for the property at 26741 Crestwood Drive.
most of you know it as the big white house on 13 Mile that has been under construction for almost 15 years. Fortunately, we have a full certificate of occupancy at this point. I'm here tonight because we submitted, as I have since I pulled my first tree preservation permit in 1999, we submitted our as-built survey that was done by an arborist, turned in, and then the procedure is that the Village of Franklin turns that over at this point to a subcontracted firm that reviews our work, if you will. And I do have this document because I think it's important. I only have 6, 18 and late.
That's fair.
The first part of this, you know what?
Oh, you do have enough, okay.
The first part of this is the assessment that came back. If you read the ordinance, and the ordinance is section 1232.04 in parentheses H in parentheses 3. It reads, all coniferous replacement trees shall measure at least 8 feet in height. However, for each additional 1 foot increment, a replacement tree exceeds 10 feet, the village shall credit the permit holder as having replaced an additional 1-half tree. That's your ordinance. That is the complete and exclusive standard for coniferous replacement trees under the Village of Franklin ordinance. There is no subsection, no footnote, no administrative guidelines that adds things like a canopy spread requirement, a species exclusion for arborvitae, a spacing or configuration rule, a hedge versus standalone tree distinction, or authority for a discretionary percentage reduction. Our 103 arborvitae are at 8 feet in height, and that is the single criteria that exists in your ordinance. So the review we got back, as you see there, we are only getting a 25% credit value for the arborvitae. And so my client, Dr. and Mrs. Safadine, have been longtime residents in the village, know the ordinance very well. As we were closing out their landscape project, hired a landscaper to bring in the arborvitae. They are planted, they have been surveyed, they have been reviewed by your consultant, and we are here to say that the $35,000 funding towards the tree fund is out of line, quite frankly. You know, I have a 27-year history in this village, love it, lots of beautiful properties. My owner has lived on Rosemont for a long time, raising 4 children, moving over to this building. And so we feel that the assessment that was done by your third-party consultant is incorrect. And if I read her rebuttal to you verbatim, he is correct, and that my problem with counting hedge arborvitae as trees is not specifically outlined in the tree protection ordinance. So I don't know how much information you have as a background to this. Obviously, we were given this assessment. We wrote a very detailed response to it, citing that the ordinance was not being applied correctly, and that's really where we're at. So we're asking you to, quite frankly, uphold your ordinance and not the opinion of an arborist who is using subjective nature as it applies to your ordinance. We are taking it very objectively, and that's where we're at. So,
I have a question.
of course,
An arborvitae is considered a coniferous tree.
yes,
It's not a bush, it's a tree.
correct. And it specifically says that they have to be 8 feet, and we have them at 8 feet. And I mean, and
Is there
just
an ordinance that says you only get 25% credit for an arborvitae, or is that just our?
I think we're gonna go to close session.
I'm just curious.
so it doesn't specifically call out what type of quote-unquote tree I mean, I can read the section again if you'd like, but, and I only, quite frankly, because I'm very close with all my clients, but specifically this one, I mean, I've never had a problem with arborvitae in the village of Franklin since 1999. So now that we have a third-party consultant who's reviewing this and coming up with a different calculation and using 25% of a tree, we're objecting.
It's not an ordinance?
And real quick question, just on the process. So could you walk me through a timeline of how we got to this point? Just in the sense of when they're taking out the trees, there's probably an estimate or calculation made. And then is there a site plan or something around estimates of here are the trees that are gonna go in?
Yes.
And then you would receive an approval from the village on that? And so how do we go from an approval to now a denial?
So, great question. So the process is that we submit a proposed site plan. On that site plan, we indicate in the tree legend that shows the health score of the tree, the species, the diameter, all of basically the scores of the tree. That's all listed on a signed and sealed site plan. It shows the ones that we're removing due to construction. At the end of the building process, we are required by the village to turn in what is called a quote-unquote as-built survey that is done by a third-party engineer. Again, the plan is signed and sealed and turned into the village or the village's consultant to review that and essentially make the assessment of the inches that were established at the proposal, which are in that document.
Yep.
Did we meet the replacement value of that? And so that is how it is derived.
Well, it talks about a comparison to what was removed, to the protected trees that were removed. So what were the species of trees, the size? Do we have any idea of?
So that-
or some comparison of?
It's not in your ordinance. It doesn't say anything about what species being taken out and so forth. Now, I will say this, heritage trees versus non-heritage trees are established in that first part.
Right.
And that determines the amount of replacement value that is required at the end. So that was already taking place on the proposal.
Oh,
Yeah, so is this the statute? It says replacement trees shall have the shade potential and other characteristics determined by the village to be comparable to the removed trees. Is that what we have in the, is that the statute or?
That's part of our code. Yeah.
So it does talk about comparison with what was removed. So what was removed?
That would all be in, I mean,
Yeah, but.
you're talking about a
the
complex
site plan
document
was
now.
already approved.
Yeah. So like that
So
contemplation,
they were-
you didn't change, the
Yeah.
comparison of the trees, if you went from, well, just for ease and common trees, maple, right? And then you said, I'm submitting an arborvitae. They never said the arborvitae is not comparable, so that's the disqualification.
Yeah.
It simply comes down to that calculation that what I'm hearing is they said previously, based off of this calculation, you're good to go. Once they did that post, I'll call it audit, they went through and said, we're gonna do a reduction of 25%. You're now saying that that's the part that we need to be looking at is the reduction. You're trying to apply an objective standard of there is a height requirement. And then they use some other form of
Subjective.
calculation to remove that 25%.
So what, everything you just said is true, but it has not happened historically, and it doesn't exist in your ordinance. So your ordinance basically says tree for a tree, and it doesn't call out what type of tree. It just says that it has to be 8 feet in height and coniferous.
Got
It doesn't say that a maple has to be replaced with a maple.
Right.
Right? Or its age, or its health. It just says that it has to be 8 feet tall.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I
I'm
think.
not gonna tell you guys what to do, but
No, certainly.
I work in a lot of other communities, and
Yeah.
you guys are the
Yeah.
first, okay? And, I mean, the village of Franklin was the first to have a tree ordinance about 35, almost 40 years ago. And very early days, other communities, you can look them up, their ordinances are really complex and there's a lot of different, everything you're asking, the road you're going down is exactly what has gone on as these things have been built out over and over. In the Village of Franklin, you can read the ordinance, it's a tree for a tree, and that tree going in has to be 8 feet. Doesn't say what type of species. That's why a lot of your beautiful landscaping here is done with arborvitae, because it's a pretty common element. It's not super expensive, right? You know, you're not asking people to bring in spaded trees that are 35 feet tall and cost 10 grand, right? So,
Makes sense.
you're still getting trees.
No,
Lots of them.
don't hear what I'm
Lots
not
of
saying. For me, I'm very much
Yeah,
you
he's not the
relied on
tree hugger.
something.
No, I
Like,
get it.
No, I very much, I preach the objectivity of our ordinances is the direction I want to go. So that's why the timeline was important to me, to actually understand how we got from you're good to go to you're no longer good to go.
And it is, you know, that's why they call it an as-built survey, because things do change on every single construction project, right? And so you might get all the way to that value, might exceed that value, you know, all those things can be in play. And that's where villages and communities have gotten smart and said, hey, it's not just about your proposed plan, it's like what you did.
Yep.
The big thing is we got a permit, we were under a permit, and we abided by the permit, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So for process, Evan, should he stick around then?
What's up to him?
Because we'd be coming out of closed session to
He
take any
won't get,
vote.
yeah, I mean, he won't hear the outcome until we come out of closed session. So if he chooses to stick around to hear the outcome, then he'd want.
Wait in our wonderful lounge, please.
I will, but before I leave you, just because, and I don't know what you've gotten from your consultant, but verbatim, in her response was, he is correct. And that my problem with counting arborvitae, right, is not specifically called out in the ordinance. That's what we're talking about here. I'll step out. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Good night, Pam.
All right, so are we're gonna need a motion in a second if we're gonna consider to go into closed session to discuss this, or whether we're just gonna consider discussing it on the record, not discuss the legal opinion. So I'm assuming you wanna discuss Nancy's opinion, so.
Do you want the cable board representative here?
Well, you guys haven't.
We haven't taken action yet.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, once we take action, so.
I'm watching.
No, I'm just saying you're so quiet. We don't even know.
I'd like to discuss this Nancy's opinion here.
I'll make a motion to go into closed session with the intent of making a decision after, out of closed session on this matter.
I'll second that.
What was your motion?
To go into
Motion
closed session with the intent of making a decision on the matter when we're out of closed session.
You got a second?
I seconded. Discussion?
Yeah.
Roll
Trustee
call.
Hanson?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Trustee Solly?
Yes.
Trustee Gates?
Yes.
Trustee Ferris?
Yes.
Trustee Salata?
Yes.
President Goldberg?
Yes. Okay, so we're out of closed session.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to make a motion?
I mean, I will make a motion that we should,
Do we have to move to come back into open
We already
session?
did.
We already did it.
We did, okay, fine, sorry.
I mean, I guess, my recommendation is to cancel this payment being demanded, and also for us to investigate our ordinance at a future date.
So just do,
Should I
sorry,
do one?
just one motion.
Yeah, let's do one thing at a time. Yeah.
Okay, I'll make a motion to cancel out the tree fund payment being demanded at, what is the property?
26741.
26741 Crestwood Drive.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Discussion?
The discussion is, I'll just provide context.
Yeah, that's great.
The context is, if you vote in favor of the motion, that the obligation for planting of trees is satisfied. So, again, you have met the requirements, for the equivalent trees to be planted.
Roll call.
Yeah, roll call.
All right, trustee King,
Yes.
trustee Slaka,
Yes.
trustee Hanson.
Yes.
Trustee Harris,
Yes.
trustee Gates.
Yes.
Trustee Sally.
Yes.
President Goldberg.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I encourage you to look at that ordinance. Give me a call if you want to.
Recommendations.
Yeah.
Jenna's a great girl, by the way. She came from my office. I referred her to Bill.
Oh, okay.
Love it. Thank you.
You too.
Who's she talking about?
Jenna.
Jenna.
Oh, Jenna.
Jenna came from his consulting
Really?
firm.
Oh, wow, awesome. That's pretty cool.
Okay, so now.
All
we
right,
need
so all
to-
this has to go back.
Oh, we're gonna make another motion?
Yeah.
Go back into closed session.
Oh, well, can we
No,
make a
before that.
motion to review this ordinance? Yeah. Oh. Do you wanna make it again? I'll second.
Well,
Is it to refer to planning
Refer-
commission?
Yeah, it'll be referred to
I think
planning.
it's a
yeah,
referral to.
I want to, I'll make a motion to refer the tree ordinance 12, what is it, 12?
I don't have it.
32.4.
Right here.
1232.4 to planning commission to provide clarity and further investigation to make sure that this is clear for future planning.
Second.
Motion, we got a second? Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Wait, can I make a,
Yeah.
can I make a motion, though, that documentation regarding Save a Tree is sent to the clerk? Or can you tell Save a Tree that we need copies of?
Yeah, just requesting.
Okay, can you ask Save a Tree that, like, they copy, you know, Evan on
Can I-
their demands, their responses, their justification? Because we should have a record of their interactions with our
Those
residents.
would be submitted to Bill, and Bill should be bringing those to my attention.
But we don't have access to what Bill saves? Like, it's not on a OneDrive?
Well, we don't know, but we're asking.
Probably not. Okay,
I don't know.
let's just,
I
yeah,
have never tried to look at Bill's files.
yeah. Let's just ask that we share documentation. Okay.
Well, I
Or
think,
put it on a
I mean,
website.
again, I think what we're looking to get out of this is that there's a recognition, despite the fact that none of us have seen accounts receivable of a village tree fund. They're based off a documentation presented by, or provided by the last presenter, that there was a demand for $35,000 that was made, that we have no record having been approved by the village staff or council. So I do think that there is a directive that if you could provide an update by no later than next council meeting as to some of the processes around Save a Tree, would be
That's
greatly
reasonable.
appreciated.
In that we maintain a record of said processes.
Yeah, I think we need to understand, I think there's actions for us to take in which I personally do not want Save a Tree making a $35,000 demand on a resident without having the visibility of council or the administrator, because again, how do we manage accounts receivable when we have no record of the tree fund or the demands that are going out?
Well, contractors shouldn't be making demands.
Agreed.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is item I of new business. Consider going into closed session for the purpose of discussing an ongoing matter under investigation pursuant to MCL 15.2681H, which is our stolen money situation. So we have received a communication from our attorney.
Wait, do we need to?
No, I'm just saying, so we want to go in a closed session to consider the communication that we received. Okay,
So moved.
second? Second by Gates, all in favor?
Aye.
Oh, we got a
You have to do
roll call, sorry.
Sally.
Yes.
Gates. Harris.
Yes.
Hanson.
Yes.
Slaka.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Goldberg.
Yes,
Oh, sorry, can we discuss?
yeah,
Do we need the rest of our finance committee? Should we have Rick part of this or no?
No, Rick can't.
No,
sit on this.
No?
I mean,
Okay.
he,
It's nothing to do with finance committee, Rick can't be. here.
Okay, I don't know, okay.